Chapter 940. That human brat had indeed escaped from Sand City, but he had the demon god Golden Blood in his body. This was a secret Schwelly had not told anyone. This time, as long as she could catch that boy and absorb the demon god Golden Blood in his body, her strength would reach the peak of the demon land and she would become the first female demon commander in history. What kind of glory was this? Thinking of this, the blood in Schwelly's body began to boil. They're coming towards us, their courage is quite big, Mengu sneered softly, standing high up in the air, not showing any intention of evading. With the two demon general here, they had nothing to fear. It's Schwelly! Yang Kai shouted. As the distance closed, he also noticed the identity of the master on the other side, his brow furrowing slightly, but there's also another master. This aura is somewhat familiar, where have I seen it before? Both he and Mungo felt a sense of déjà vu at the same time. Master, you must be careful. Yang Kai nodded, his thoughts turning sharply. Just now, he had noticed the aura of a master approaching from a different direction, which made Yang Kai very concerned, so he had left the team and brought Li Rong and Han Fei to investigate. After confirming that the one approaching was actually Schwelly, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. This world was not small, so there was definitely more than one passage connecting to Tongxian realm. He had come from High Heaven Pavilion, so where had Schwelly come from? A moment later, Yang Kai's group of three appeared in the vision of the two demon general. Pausing, they stared at each other from a distance of 1,000 meters. Human brat, I didn't expect to see you again in this place, enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Schwelly's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a scorching anger, as if she wanted to burn the world down, sneering gloomily. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Last time I let you escape, but this time you won't be so lucky, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Your tone isn't small. Mengu laughed as he looked at Yang Kai with interest, frowning as he asked, Boy, have we met somewhere before? Why do I find you familiar? Who are you? Yang Kai frowned. He also felt that this guy looked familiar. He had definitely seen it somewhere before. I am a subordinate of the Demon Lord, the Demon General Mungo. Mungo replied proudly. Mungo? Yang Kai was startled, and his expression became strange. He chuckled, no wonder you look familiar, it's you. Mungo looked at him suspiciously. What? Don't you remember me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Do you still remember the person who killed one of your avatars? Mungo's face changed. He carefully observed Yang Kai's face and finally had an impression of him. He shouted, It's you. You've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Back in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's evil cavern, one of Mungo's avatars had been destroyed by Yang Kai using the demon sealing chain. This was many years ago, so not only had Yang Kai's impression of him faded, but so had Mungo, so when the two of them met again, they only felt each other was familiar. After being reminded by Yang Kai, Mungo's anger surged as he sneered, I've been looking for you for a long time, but I never expected you would deliver yourself to me today. Good, today I'll take my revenge and vent the hatred in my heart. As he spoke, his malevolent aura almost condensed into a tangible substance and rushed towards Yang Kai. Schwelly's face changed drastically and she waved her hand, sending out a blood-red light to intercept Mungo's malevolent aura. She shouted, Mungo, you and I agreed before, this human is mine. If you dare kill him, I'll make you pay. Mungo didn't care about her threat at all and just sneered, Today, he will die, no one can stop me. Schwelly, if you dare to stop me, don't blame me for disregarding our many years of friendship. What happened back then was a great shame to Mungo, something that had always been stuck in his throat. Now that he saw the culprit, Yang Kai, how could he restrain himself? He couldn't wait to skin Yang Kai alive, grind his bones, and scatter his ashes. That strand of divine clone was something he had cultivated for many years. After it was killed, he had not been able to cultivate another strand of divine clone until today. Yang Kai's actions back then had caused him to suffer a great loss. If you want to kill him, you'll have to pass through me first. Xueli refused to be outdone and firmly declared. Yang Kai smiled as he watched the two demon general quarrel. Even Li Rong and Han Fei, who had followed him here, couldn't help shaking their heads. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but the two demon general were already fighting amongst themselves. It was quite laughable. Xueli and Mungo stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. As their eyes met, it was unknown what kind of exchange occurred, but both of their anger was suddenly extinguished. Mungo nodded. We'll deal with this human later, first we need to deal with these two women. That's what I was thinking, Xueli nodded gently before turning her eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei. The two great commanders of the ancient demon clan raised their eyebrows and stepped forward without fear. Go, there's no need to show mercy, Yang Kai ordered faintly. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded at the same time. Mungo laughed. Little brat, your tone is quite big, aren't you looking down on our demon general too much? Do you think these two women can win against us? Last time we were in too much of a hurry and didn't get a chance to experience your skills properly. This time, let's compare notes carefully. Xueli also stared at Li Rong coldly, directly targeting her. Good. Li Rong gently nodded, her tender body suddenly transforming into a series of afterimages. After condensing, she had actually appeared beside Xueli and gently struck out with her palm towards her chest. Xueli's pretty face changed dramatically as a bloody aura burst from her body, spreading out in all directions with her as the center. Li Rong's face was quickly covered in strange demon crests, and her delicate palm smashed through the barrier of Xueli's blood qi with unstoppable force before landing on her tender body. Crying out in alarm, Xueli avoided her vitals and fled 1,000 meters away. Li Rong didn't pursue her and simply stood in place, staring at her indifferently. Your cultivation. Xueli's expression fluctuated as she muttered in disbelief. Last time, Li Rong had used her demon god transformation and gone all out to fight Xueli to a draw, but this time, as soon as she attacked, Xueli felt a great deal of pressure. This kind of pressure was similar to the one her demon commander master was giving her. This caused Xueli to be at a loss. Xueli couldn't help having an illusion that if she fought with this woman again this time, the result would be certain death. Thinking so, Xueli's tender body trembled as she shouted, You shouldn't have broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm, right? Li Rong nodded, yes. Xueli's face drained of all color, becoming somewhat pale. As a demon general, she knew better than anyone just how powerful and strange those who had served great demon god were. They had all obtained the demon god transformation personally taught to them by great demon god, allowing them to fight those above their realm. When she was a second-order saint, this woman named Li Rong could fight her to a draw, but now that she had broken through to the third order, she had no hope of winning. Hurriedly turning her head to look at Mungo, Xueli sucked in a cold breath, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. While she and Li Rong were fighting, the other woman had already faced off against Mengu. A bone-chilling ice domain swept across the surrounding several dozen kilometers, transforming the surrounding area into a world of ice. The ground was covered in frozen earth, and large snowflakes began to fall from the sky, dyeing the ground white. This kind of cold was so cold that even the two demon general had to circulate their Saint Chi to resist it. Mungo, who had been acting very arrogantly just now, was now being entangled by this woman who exuded a frigid aura. The evil chi which had emerged from his body had been frozen, forcing him to fight with a look of helplessness and annoyance. Even if this woman's strength wasn't as good as Mungo's, it wasn't far off. If Mungo wanted to capture her or take her life, it would be impossible for him to do so. Xue Li's heart trembled as she realized the situation was hopeless. She and Mungo had completely underestimated the other party's combat effectiveness, causing them to lose the initiative in this battle. The other party daring to come here so unscrupulously obviously had some skill. Xue Li, it seems we should go. Mungo also realized this and glared hatefully at Han Fei, grinding his teeth as he spoke. Let's go. Xue Li decisively shouted, transforming into a bloody streak of light and fleeing. Mungo's body flickered, and then he turned into a black cloud and followed Xue Li like a wisp of a ghost. His murderous aura filled the sky. The two demon generals were all bark and no bite. They shouted for a while, but in less than 10 breaths of time, they retreated one after another. No need to chase, Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei heard this and stopped, dispelling their demon god transformations and restoring their original appearances. The other party was a top master at the Third Order Saint Realm, so if they wanted to escape, Li Rong and Han Fei wouldn't be able to stop them. Returning to Yang Kai's side, the two of them stared solemnly in the direction the two demon general had disappeared. That direction seems to be a place called the Great Yen Kingdom. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. In this world, the only place he was familiar with was the Great Han Dynasty. He had been to the nearby Tian Lang Dynasty once, but he wasn't familiar with the Great Yen Kingdom at all. Master, there were actually two demon general here. Could they have come from? Li Rong said worriedly. They didn't come from High Heaven Pavilion. There should be another passage in this world that leads to Tongxian Realm, and it's actually connected to the demon land. With the methods of the demon race, I'm afraid the people there have already been wiped out. What should we do now? It doesn't matter. They probably came here this time to go to the central capital, but they didn't expect to run into us halfway. After suffering such a loss, I don't think they'll try to go to the central capital again. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, let's go back. This world is big and everyone has their own destiny. I can only take care of my family and friends. Bringing them back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land as soon as possible is the right thing to do. What Master says is right. Li Rong gently nodded in agreement. A moment later, the group of three returned to the group. Fourth Master Yang asked a few simple questions, but Yang Kai brushed him off. After a month of trekking, the thousands of people finally arrived at High Heaven Pavilion and joined up with the people from the three nearby sects. Chapter 941. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai didn't rush to leave but instead waited here as agreed. A few days later, the Dong family's direct descendants arrived. A few days later, a group of large and small beauties from 10,000 Flower Palace also arrived, a dazzling sight to behold. A few days later, the people from Treasure Instrument sect arrived. Almost every 2 or 3 days, a new group of people would arrive from different places and join the group heading to Tongxian Realm. Yang Kai didn't refuse any of them. As long as they were certain they were from his sect, he would eagerly accept them. This made all of them very grateful. The world was in chaos, the central capital had fallen, and suddenly a Saint Realm Master had appeared. This news spread like wildfire throughout the Great Han Dynasty. Just as these sects were at a loss as to what to do, Yang Kai gave them a clear path. So after receiving news from the disciples stationed in the central capital, they didn't hesitate and hurriedly packed up their things and rushed to High Heaven Pavilion to meet with Yang Kai. The group grew day by day, and soon, more than 1,000 people had snowballed into a master's wave of 4,000 to 5,000 people. While waiting, Yang Kai didn't remain idle, asking Li Rong, Han Fei, Shi Kun, and the others to guide these people in their cultivation while refining some pills and distributing them appropriately, doing everything possible to help them improve their strength. Everyone was ecstatic. In front of Li Rong, Han Fei, Shi Kun, and the others, countless cultivators sat in front of them day and night, listening to their insights and explanations of the heavenly way and martial Tao. The 3 Saint Realm Masters who had followed Yang Kai here talked until their mouths were dry, but when they saw the eager eyes of these people, they couldn't ignore them. As such, they could only grit their teeth and pass on their cultivation experience. Among them, the growth of the Yang family blood warriors and the Hu sisters was the most remarkable. In just 10 days, their yuan qi and cultivation seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Due to the shackles of this world, even if these people broke through to the transcendent realm, they wouldn't be able to comprehend much. However, when Li Rong and the others suggested it, they immediately understood. Outside the crowd, Qiu Yimeng stared at the transcendent realm cultivator enviously before examining her own cultivation and sighing slightly. These days, she had talked a lot with Yang Kai and learned a lot about the wonders of Tongxian realm from Yang Kai. She also knew that transcendents were considered masters on that side, so her cultivation was already on par with that world. On the other hand, she, a peak immortal ascension boundary master, was considered a powerhouse here, but she was nothing on the other side. There were as many mental wander state cultivators there as there were hairs on a cow. She was secretly anxious. Are you envious of their cultivation? Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside her and asked in a low voice. What's the use of being envious? His aptitude is right there. Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled. Besides, I'm just a woman. In the future, I'll just have to do housework and take care of children, so what's the point of having such a high cultivation? You're not such an easy woman to satisfy, are you? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. Qiu Yimeng forced a smile. I'm easy to satisfy, it's just that you don't want to satisfy me. Stop, don't talk nonsense all the time. Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore. Qiu Yimeng glared at him faintly before venting her anger like a little girl. Fine, I'm envious of them, so what? I'm not as strong as they are, so why can't I be envious? Especially those whose sisters, you don't know, before their cultivation was even lower than mine, but since you left, I don't know what happened to them, but their strength soared day by day. All of a sudden, they broke through to the transcendent realm, causing everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. Look, aren't they red now? Saying so, she took the initiative to press her tender body against Yang Kai's waist and grit her teeth. Tell me honestly, did you give them something good but not me? Of course not. Yang Kai felt wronged. Didn't I give you the myriad drug liquid back then? That myriad drug liquid was enough to improve your aptitude. Then why are they so strong? They have their own opportunities. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain. What about your brother-in-law? Qiu Yimeng looked at him pitifully. He also caught up. He also has his own opportunities. Yang Kai braced himself. However, after hearing Qiu Yimeng's words, Yang Kai suddenly realized that among the younger generation, only a few who had obtained benefits from the Heaven's Cave inheritance had stood out. Everyone else, including Qiu Yimeng, had yet to break through to the transcendent realm. It was obvious how great the benefits of the Heaven's Cave inheritance were. I believe you. Qiu Yimeng saw the embarrassed look on Yang Kai's face and no longer tried to force him, instead proudly saying, You've always done things fairly, I know you won't treat me unfairly. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, his divine sense sweeping her body for a moment before suddenly smiling mysteriously. When we reach Tongxian realm, I'll give you a surprise. What kind of surprise? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes lit up. You'll know when we get there, don't ask too much now, just focus on your cultivation. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips disdainfully. What kind of trick are you playing? Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say anything, acting all mysterious, causing Qiu Yimeng to grit her teeth, but she couldn't do anything about it. Qiu Yimeng's biggest advantage was that she didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider. Even though the gap in strength and status between her and Yang Kai was huge, she still dared to maintain a close relationship with Yang Kai and didn't deliberately alienate him. This made Yang Kai feel very gratified. The same was true for Starzhua. On the other hand, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Chen Shueshu, and the others all felt somewhat restrained when facing Yang Kai, no longer speaking as freely as before. The gap in strength and status made them not dare to do so. While chatting happily with Qiu Yimeng, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he looked up towards the distant sky. Master! Li Rong and Han Fei, who had been imparting their cultivation experience, called out at the same time. Fuck! Yang Kai couldn't help cursing, his expression becoming as gloomy as the calm before a storm. He rarely cursed, unless he was too agitated. What's wrong? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously. From the change in Yang Kai's expression, she also noticed that something was wrong, as if some great danger was approaching, causing Qiu Yimeng's face to go pale. Listen, if you feel the fluctuations of a battle coming from that side, immediately arrange for everyone here to pass through the void corridor, don't waste a moment. Yang Kai said anxiously. What happened? Qiu Yimeng stamped her feet anxiously. Powerful enemies are approaching, and several of them are coming together. Yang Kai explained casually, no longer wasting any time, turning to Li Rong and Han Fei, preparing to lead them to stop these enemies. He didn't need to investigate the identities of these people. From the shocking fluctuations of demonic qi, he could smell the auras of Demon General Mangu and Shueli. More than a month ago, when he had driven them away outside the central capital, Yang Kai had thought they wouldn't come back again, but now, after a month, they had actually returned. And this time, there was the aura of another master, one whose aura was even more profound than Mangu and Shueli's. Is there another demon general? 3 demon general, even if Li Rong and Han Fei joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat them quickly, so there was no way they could protect the safety of the thousands of people here. Yang Kai made a prompt decision not to allow the enemy to approach this place. But before he could move, a loud shout came from the thick clouds. This senior has come uninvited and has an important matter to consult Yang Xingzhu. Yang Xingzhu, please don't take offense. The owner of this voice was still 100 kilometers away, but it rang directly in Yang Kai's ears, clear as day. The thousands of people gathered here also raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw that the originally bright sun was gradually gathering into clusters of thick ink-like black clouds, covering the light above their heads. The black clouds were so thick that it was as if they could not be assimilated. They pressed down on their heads, causing them to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Yang Kai's expression changed as he froze in place. Li Rong and Han Fei both turned inquiring eyes towards him, but Yang Kai slowly shook his head, motioning them to remain calm. The other party hadn't even arrived yet but had already taken the initiative to send him a message, seemingly expressing goodwill. This made Yang Kai confused, not knowing who this person was or what he wanted to do. On the horizon, a black curtain of darkness swept across the heavens and earth, quickly approaching them like a destructive disaster, causing everyone's face to go pale and fear to fill their hearts. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Can your excellency retract this evil aura? You're scaring my friends." His voice was like an arrow released from a bow, piercing through the inky black clouds and piercing through the sky, creating a huge hole in the clouds, allowing a ray of sunlight to shine down, accurately hitting High Heaven Pavilion. The oppressive aura stagnated, and everyone gasped for air, breathing to their heart's content. Soon, an apologetic voice called out, "My apologies, this senior is used to being undisciplined and didn't expect so many people to gather here. And, Yang Xingzhu, please forgive me." As these words were spoken, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be caressed by a giant invisible hand and quickly melted away. The world was once again restored to clarity. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a deep sense of dread, and even Li Rong's expression became unprecedentedly dignified. All of them were aware of the tyrannical strength of this newcomer. Soon, three figures suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, quietly floating mid-air, as if they had been standing there from beginning to end. Among the three people, the leader was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He wore an extremely gaudy cloak with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Standing behind this middle-aged man were Demon General Shueli and Meng Guo. Both of them stood behind this middle-aged man, their expression serious, and when they stared at his back, there was even a trace of fear and respect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a storm rose in the depths of his heart. Chapter 942. Before seeing this scene, Yang Kai had thought that Shueli and Meng Guo were unwilling to accept this humiliation and had called the other demon general to help, but after seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately determined that this plain-looking middle-aged man was not a demon general. Silently crying out in alarm, Yang Kai tried to maintain a calm expression as he stared deeply at the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with fear. The middle-aged man wearing a gaudy cloak had a plain appearance, but his eyes were bright and filled with a brilliant light, making it difficult to look straight at him. His aura was also vast and unfathomable. Tilting his head, he swept his eyes over the crowd before focusing on Yang Kai, a warm smile like a spring breeze appearing on his face as he asked, "Yang Xingzhu?" He had never met Yang Kai before, but he had still been able to accurately identify him among these several thousand people, demonstrating just how sharp his eyesight was. Yang Kai gently nodded and called out, "Demon Commander." The middle-aged man raised his brow and laughed loudly, praising, "Yang Xingzhu's eyesight is quite good, actually seeing through this senior's identity in an instant, admirable, admirable." He hadn't expected Kai Yang's eyesight to be so good, and there was no one who could remain so indifferent after knowing his true identity. Everyone who recognized him would panic, as if they were facing a great enemy, or directly attack him. Yang Kai, however, was different. Although there was a trace of fear in his eyes, he did not lose his composure and remained calm. He truly admired him. Yang Kai lightly snorted. He was able to recognize this man's identity because he had inferred from Shueli and Meng Ji's attitude. These two were demon general, their strength reaching the heavens, and besides the current demon commander, there was no one else who could make them willingly stand behind him and show such awe. Yang Kai had fantasized countless times about what kind of person the current demon commander was. Perhaps he was as strong as a bear. Perhaps he had a sinister and cunning face. Or perhaps they were free and unrestrained. But he had never thought that the current demon lord would actually have such a plain and ordinary appearance. If it weren't for the gaudy cloak he was wearing, even if he walked in the crowd, he wouldn't attract the attention of others. When others looked at him, the only thing they cared about was his clothes, not his person. Was this the demon lord who had sealed Meng Wuya's strength? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. Yang Xingzhu, there is no need to doubt, this senior is indeed the current demon commander, Zhang Yuan. Yes, Shueli and Meng Guo can prove it for me. The demon sovereign was still smiling indifferently. I don't doubt it. Yang Kai took a deep breath. I just don't understand. Why aren't you guarding the demon land? Why did you come all the way here? There doesn't seem to be anything here that's worth a trip for you, right? Perceiving Yang Kai's hostility and rejection, Zhang Yuan rubbed his nose and smiled. This senior said that I came here to talk to Yang Xingzhu about something. What do we have to talk about? Yang Kai frowned. There is. Zhang Yuan insisted, glancing around for a moment before saying, this isn't a good place to talk. Yang Xingzhu, can you arrange a quiet place for us to talk? Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile. Master. Li Rong, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, stared at Zhang Yuan with dread in her beautiful eyes and quickly said, be careful of his schemes. Don't agree with him. Han Fei also interjected. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head, I'll talk to him. From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to have come here looking for trouble. It seems he really has something he wants to say to me. If he had come here looking for trouble, or to avenge Meng Gu and Shuai Li's humiliation, with Zhang Yuan's strength, there would be no need for him to speak too much nonsense. He could just start a fight. Although he might not be able to do anything to Yang Kai, if a third-order saint were to fight here, the thousands of people gathered in High Heaven Pavilion would likely suffer a calamity. This was the best way to retaliate against Yang Kai. "Please come in," Yang Kai shouted, stretching out his hand and motioning for them to enter High Heaven Pavilion, leading the way. "Many thanks for your hospitality." Zhang Yuan gently nodded and followed behind Yang Kai with Meng Gu and Shuai Li. After the group of 6 gradually disappeared, the thousands of people present breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive aura just now had almost suffocated them. Who was that guy just now? He seemed very powerful. Brother Yang called him the Demon Commander. What's a Demon Commander? Shi Kun, Old Man Chang Mo, how much do you know about this matter? Ling Tai Su and 4th Master Yang walked up to Shi Kun and asked. None of them knew much about this place called Tongxian Realm. Shi Kun's face was pale as he heard the whispers of many people around him, smiling bitterly as he muttered, "Ignorance is bliss." Demon Commander. Even he had never seen such a thing before, but everyone here was discussing what the Demon Commander was. If this name was mentioned anywhere in Tongxian Realm, it would cause an uproar, but here, it only aroused the curiosity of many people. The Demon Commander can be said to be one of the strongest masters in Tongxian Realm. As for how strong he really is, let me give you an example. Do you think I am strong? The group of people gathered around Shi Kun nodded vigorously. Half a year ago, no one here knew what a Saint Realm Master was. The blood warriors of the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall had personally experienced the huge difference between a saint and a transcendent. In front of them, a Saint Realm Master was of course strong, and they could not resist such earth-shattering means. Shi Kun smiled bitterly. "In your eyes, I am indeed strong, but even if there were 100 of me, I would still die against the Demon Commander. He could crush me to dust with a single finger." Everyone paled as they finally understood how tyrannical the Demon Commander was. "Then, isn't Kai in danger?" Dong Suju screamed. Shi Kun scratched his head, "Not necessarily. The Demon Commander didn't come here to fight. Moreover, the lady named Li Rong next to Holy Master is not weak either. With her protection, the Demon Commander may not be able to hurt Holy Master." "You mean, that lady is as strong as the Demon Commander?" Everyone was surprised, as if they had only just realized Li Rong's strength. "I don't know." Shi Kun shrugged his shoulders, unable to give a definite answer. However, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out why a person like the Demon Commander would come here to discuss something important with the Holy Master. The two of them had never met before, so what could they possibly discuss? Inside a large hall in High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai and the Demon Commander sat down. Li Rong and Han Fei stood behind Yang Kai while Shuai Li and Meng Gu stood behind the Demon Commander. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and the air was heavy. Yang Kai was full of doubts but did not speak as he stared straight at the Demon Commander, unwilling to miss any of his actions. The Demon Commander, on the other hand, looked around the simple hall as if nothing had happened and praised, "A blessed land, a blessed land. This place was actually able to give birth to someone like Yang Xingzhu, truly a blessed land." This senior wishes he could have been born 1,000 years later and become brothers with Yang Xingzhu, traveling the world together. Inside the hall, everyone's expression became strange, none of them knowing what Zhang Yuan wanted to do. Immediately offering such flattery, everyone couldn't help feeling like he was trying to steal something. "Demon Commander, if you have something to say, just say it. You are not welcome here," Yang Kai said in a deep voice, his expression becoming impatient. With such a master sitting in front of him, Yang Kai felt a great deal of pressure. He wasn't worried about his own safety though. Even if they really fought and his strength was no match for the demon commanders, he could simply tear space and escape. He could even use the Flying Heavens shuttle. With the Flying Heavens shuttle, even the current demon commander would have to eat dust behind him, never to catch up. Yang Kai was worried about the safety of the thousands of people gathered here. Here were his fellow disciples, his clansmen, his parents and brothers. There were too many things he needed to worry about. Impudence. Meng Gu shouted, "Little brat, don't think you can be so easily bullied. For Master Demon Commander to come here in person is your honor. He came here uninvited. I am the master, can't I drive him out?" Yang Kai sneered. "Meng Gu, shut up!" Zhang Yuan shouted, causing Meng Gu to immediately lower his head. Although they were both third-order saints, the demon commander was far stronger than any of the other demon general, which was why he could sit firmly in his current position. Zhang Yuan glanced over at Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Xingzhu seems to be very wary of this senior. Good, this senior won't waste your time and will get straight to the point. Smiling, Zhang Yuan continued, in fact, Yang Xingzhu doesn't need to be like this. Let's put it this way, the strength in your hands is not inferior to this senior's. As for that lady behind you, even if her strength isn't as good as this senior's, she isn't far behind. This senior has 4 demon general subordinates, all of whom are third-order saints, but Yang Xingzhu's subordinates aren't bad either. If the two of us really have a falling out, it won't be good for either of us, isn't that right? Yang Kai frowned, his expression calm, but he didn't say a word. He didn't know why the demon commander wanted to point out the difference in strength between the two sides. It was easy to think that the demon commander really didn't want Yang Kai to make such a big fuss. The strength of each side was about the same, so no one side had a huge advantage, so naturally, their status was equal. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment before continuing. A few days ago, this senior heard that my 2 subordinates had no eyes and offended Yang Xingzhu. It was this senior who taught them a lesson. And, the 2 of you, apologize to Yang Xingzhu and let's turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Let's not hold grudges against each other in the future. As soon as this statement came out, Meng Gu and Xue Li's eyes became dull as they stared at Zhang Yuan incredulously. Neither of them had expected him to say such a thing. Even Yang Kai's expression became strange. Even if Zhang Yuan wanted to show goodwill, this was too much. Moreover, with his status, why would he do that? Yang Kai felt more and more that Zhang Yuan had ulterior motives, otherwise, it would be impossible for a character like him to allow his subordinates to be humiliated. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he stared at Zhang Yuan with a relaxed smile on his face. He wanted to see what this demon lord wanted to do and what he wanted from him. As long as he had the map, the initiative would always be in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai's heart settled. Chapter 943. Inside the hall, Yang Kai smiled lightly while Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's expression remained calm. Standing behind him, Xue Li and Meng Ji's eyes bulged as their bodies trembled slightly, a look of disbelief appearing on their faces. Demon Commander Master actually wanted them to apologize to this hateful human being. They could hardly believe their ears as they stared at Zhang Yuan in a daze, wanting to confirm this but not daring to ask. Zhang Yuan snorted and said unhappily, "What's wrong? Are you too deaf or mute? Didn't you hear this senior's words? Do you want this senior to personally apologize for you? We don't dare." Meng Gu and Xue Li trembled as they noticed Zhang Yuan's anger and no longer dared to hesitate, hurriedly cupping their fists and gritting their teeth as they said, "We have offended you many times before, we ask Yang Xingzhu to forgive us." Although they had been forced to apologize to Yang Kai by Zhang Yuan, anyone could see that as long as they found an opportunity, they would definitely seek revenge for this humiliation. Zhang Yuan's coercion had not only failed to resolve the grievances between the two sides, but instead deepened their hatred and anger towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained indifferent and did not say anything. Zhang Yuan laughed loudly, seemingly very happy. That's right, since you've done something wrong, naturally you have to apologize. Good, let's not hate each other in the future. I also want to make friends with Yang Xingzhu. I don't want to, Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Zhang Yuan's expression became bitter as he said, not giving me this little bit of face, Yang Xingzhu is simply too unreasonable. The two of them exchanged a few words, and although there was no trace of blood or knife between them, everyone standing behind them couldn't help trembling in fear, fearing that the two of them would really start fighting. However, the two of them both wore genial smiles on their faces and seemed to be in a harmonious atmosphere. Meng Gu and Xue Li's mood was like a tidal wave as they felt uncomfortable. Last time, Xue Li had broken into human territory without permission and was injured by Chu Ling Xiao, forcing her to hurriedly return to the demon land without telling anyone. A month and a half ago, she and Mungo met Yang Kai by chance. After a fierce battle, she left in a hurry. Originally, she wanted to keep this matter a secret, but Meng Gu was different from her. He was loyal to the demon commander. After returning to the demon land, he reported what had happened here. When demon commander Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately set off from the demon capital and rushed here, saying that he wanted to see this Yang Xingzhu. With things having come to this point, Xue Li could only helplessly lead the way with Mungo. Originally, they thought that the demon commander was going to help them regain their face and take revenge, so they were secretly looking forward to it. On the way here, the two of them had been thinking about how they would make that human boy suffer if he fell into their hands, so that they could vent the hatred in their hearts. Who would have thought that the demon Lord Master would have such an attitude towards this human brat? The two demon generals' hearts were filled with bitterness. Zhang Yuan, enough nonsense, tell me what you want to do. Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked the question in his heart. Speaking in riddles with such a master, the one who was destined to suffer was himself, so Yang Kai decided to get straight to the point. Zhang Yuan sighed, not intending to conceal anything. It seems that Yang Xingzhu has also guessed that this senior has come here for some other purpose. And I came here this time mainly to confirm one thing. Confirm what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend that nothing had happened, secretly reminding himself that this guy in front of him was an old fox who had lived for who knows how long, so he couldn't afford to fall for his tricks again. Zhang Yuan chuckled, for the upcoming catastrophe. Catastrophe? Yang Kai was stunned. And as for what this catastrophe is, I don't know, but Yang Xingzhu can figure it out. Zhang Yuan quickly said. If even you don't understand it, how could I? Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly. Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he said, in my demon capital, there is a secret chamber left behind by great demon god master. This secret chamber has many powerful spirit arrays, and several generations of demon commanders have tried to unravel its mysteries, but unfortunately, no one has been able to crack them. Even you can't crack them. Zhang Yuan shook his head, a look of yearning appearing on his face. Great demon god master's methods are too profound, not something I can compare with. I always felt that his cultivation had surpassed the saint realm, perhaps even reaching a higher level. Yang Kai's body shook as he involuntarily came to the same conclusion as Zhang Yuan. When he and the two monster race great seniors entered that strange space and saw great demon god's various methods, Yang Kai had this conjecture at that time, but he couldn't bring himself to believe it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan was also thinking the same thing. I can't crack them, but Yang Xingzhu should be able to, Zhang Yuan continued. I don't know why Yang Xingzhu was able to become great demon god's successor, but since he is his successor, you should have the Demon Mystic Tome in your hands, right? Demon Mystic Tome. Meng Gu and Shueli exclaimed in unison, a trace of fanaticism appearing on their faces. It seemed that these 4 words had caused their blood to boil. Great Demon God obtained a complete soul-suppressing stone from somewhere and used it to create the Demon Mystic Tome. His various divine technique is hidden inside this Demon Mystic Tome. Whoever can open the Demon Mystic Tome will be his successor. Yang Xingzhu is Great Demon God's successor, so he should have obtained the Demon Mystic Tome. That thing is the key to opening the Demon Capital's barrier. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he thought about it for a moment before summoning the black book into his hand. Are you talking about this? Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the wordless black book. Meng Gu and Shueli's eyes filled with greed. Even Demon Commander Zhang Yuan couldn't help feeling moved. Guessing was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes was another. But soon, Zhang Yuan's expression returned to normal as he took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, this is the Demon Mystic Tome. It seems that everything is as I guessed, but the heavens have no eyes, actually allowing the Demon Mystic Tome to fall into the hands of a human. Zhang Yuan wore a look of regret, not bothering to conceal his true feelings. This was only natural. Great Demon God's successor should have been a member of the demon race, but the one who obtained the Demon Mystic Tome was actually Yang Kai. This made them feel a sense of grief and indignation. Whether this is the Demon Mystic Tome or not, I don't know. I just call it the wordless black book, Yang Kai said casually before putting the wordless black book back into his body chalk. Meng Gu and Shueli suddenly became frustrated as they stared sharply at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to see where he had hidden the Demon Mystic Tome. Something made from such a large piece of soul-suppressing stone, not to mention whether it contained the various divine technique of Great Demon God, the value of the material itself was immeasurable. Anyone who saw it would be tempted. Let's talk about it. Zhang Yuan tried to maintain a calm state of mind as he stared at Yang Kai. This senior came here in person this time with sincerity. It stands to reason that your identity as Great Demon God's successor is enough to control the entire demon land. After all, the demon land was established by Great Demon Master many years ago. This senior also believes that as long as you are given enough time, you can grow to the same height as Great Demon God, a height that even this senior cannot hope to reach. As soon as this statement came out, Meng Gu and Shueli couldn't help gulping as a trace of dread appeared in their eyes. Perceiving the hostility in their eyes, Li Rong and Han Fei secretly condensed their strength, preparing to attack at any moment. Chapter 944. Inside the hall, because of Zhang Yuan's words, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. As long as there was enough time, Yang Kai could grow to the same height as Great Demon God. These words made Meng Gu and Shueli feel a sense of crisis. Even Master Demon Commander had admitted that such a height was beyond his reach, so what if Yang Kai was allowed to grow up? Great Demon God was able to sweep through the world and become invincible, so could this Yang Kai. At that time, he would be able to kill all living beings in this world. The two demon general couldn't help having the dangerous thought of strangling Yang Kai here, lest that day really came. Don't be rude. Zhang Yuan shouted, I already said that I want to be friends with Yang Xingzhu, so I will say whatever I want without concealing anything. If the two of you dare act so murderous again, this senior will cripple you first. Meng Gu and Shueli both wore shocked expressions, never having expected that Zhang Yuan would actually reprimand them for Yang Kai. Only now did they understand that Master Demon Commander's firm attitude was not just empty words, quickly bowing their heads and admitting their mistake. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction before turning to Yang Kai. That being said, Yang Xingzhu, you shouldn't expect too much. Now that the demon land is in this senior's hands, it is impossible for me to hand over such a large piece of land to a mere human. I have no idea about the demon land. That would be for the best. Zhang Yuan nodded and chuckled. In fact, the safest way is for this senior to kill you and take your demon mystic tome. However, this senior knows that even if I kill you, I can't obtain the great demon god's inheritance. It is unique and irreplaceable. Since great demon god chose you, he must have his reasons. All members of the demon race are descendants of great demon god, so this senior only hopes that Yang Xingzhu will not treat us as enemies in the future. I swear in the name of great demon god that I will not harm you in the future, so please don't find trouble with me. How about it? Yang Kai secretly nodded. No demon dared to casually swear an oath in the name of the great demon god. These 3 words held immeasurable weight in the hearts of all demons. Even the current demon sovereign was the same. Yang Kai deeply recognized Zhang Yuan's sincerity, and his expression couldn't help becoming serious as he nodded. Good. Zhang Yuan laughed, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face, then it settled. Although Yang Xingzhu is young, his decisiveness in handling matters is very much to this senior's liking. Dealing with people like you isn't difficult at all. You're quite straightforward too. Then we're friends. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. In any case, he's not an enemy. Yang Kai also smiled. All right. Zhang Yuan stood up. Then that's all for today. It's time for me to leave. If Yang Xingzhu has some free time, please come to the demon capital. Firstly, this senior will be able to show this senior some hospitality, and secondly, this senior is very curious about the secrets left behind by the demon god master and would like to borrow the demon mystic tome. I wonder if Yang Xingzhu can agree. Good, I'll be there. Many thanks. In the future, if Holy Master Yang wishes to visit the demon capital, please inform us in advance. My demon land will allow you to travel freely, no one will harm you. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and immediately walked out after saying so. Li Rong, see these guests out. Yang Kai ordered. Li Rong immediately acted, escorting Zhang Yuan and the 2 demon general out of the hall. A moment later, she leisurely returned and together with Han Fei stared at Yang Kai. Master, do you really believe Zhang Yuan's words? What do you think? Yang Kai didn't answer directly. Li Rong thought about it carefully and nodded. He is indeed quite sincere, but after all, we are not familiar with him, so we can't completely believe him. I think so too, Han Fei nodded. I actually think he's a good person, Yang Kai grinned, causing the 2 women to be stunned. Yang Kai wasn't a child. If Zhang Yuan could deceive him with just a few words, he wouldn't have lived to this day. Regarding Zhang Yuan's attitude and words, Yang Kai obviously had his own thoughts. Do you want to go to the demon capital? Of course, I want to go, Yang Kai nodded firmly. However, it wasn't because of Zhang Yuan's invitation, but rather because he was very curious about the secrets left behind by the great demon god. If his guess was correct, the secrets left behind by the great demon god were definitely related to what the soul clone of the great demon god had said in that strange space. When he brought Meng Wuya and his little senior sister back, the great demon god's soul clone had also told Yang Kai that if he had time, he should go to the demon capital. Once he arrived there, he would be able to figure out everything. Yang Kai didn't care much about this, but now that Zhang Yuan had come here, his words had given him an opportunity. All of the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened because he had destroyed that place, and the soul clone of the great demon god had said that it was the center of the entire world. What kind of shocking secret was hidden here? Yang Kai couldn't sleep or eat in peace until he figured it out. While contemplating this, a group of people rushed in from outside the hall, led by Ling Tai Su, all of them rushing over to ask if the demon commander had done anything to harm him just now. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head, repeatedly offering words of comfort. A few dozen kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Zhang Yuan took Meng Gu and Shueli and quickly flew away. The two demon generals followed behind the demon commander, staring at each other, unable to understand why the demon commander didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill this human and instead chose to make friends with him. Such a terrifying person naturally had to be destroyed as soon as possible, lest he become a threat to the entire demon land in the future. As if seeing through the doubts in their hearts, Zhang Yuan, who was flying, suddenly said, "You can't kill him, don't even think about it." Meng Gu and Shueli trembled. Zhang Yuan continued, "Being chosen as the successor of the great demon god, how bad can that Yang Kai be? Don't just look at him as just a third-order transcendent. If he really goes all out, I estimate he'll be able to display strength comparable to a second-order saint." "Really?" Meng Gu and Shueli exclaimed. "Why wouldn't he?" Zhang Yuan chuckled. The great demon god master was famous for his ability to fight enemies above his own realm. It is rumored that he was able to easily defeat enemies several minor realms above him. You too are also demon general, how could you not know this? Meng Gu and Shueli were speechless. They were naturally aware of this information, but they didn't associate it with Yang Kai. That's just his own strength, perhaps he has also mastered some kind of great demon god divine technique. If I can't kill him in one strike, I will only become his enemy. If he really matures in the future, my demon land will be finished. This senior cannot afford to take such a risk. Moreover, that woman from the ancient demon clan following him, this senior cannot defeat her. As long as she follows Yang Kai, no matter how big this world is, there is no one who can threaten his life. The two demon generals couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Although they had personally experienced Li Rong's terrifying strength before and compared it to the demon commander, hearing Zhang Yuan admit that he couldn't win, Meng Gu and Shueli still couldn't believe it. "Then what master said today?" Meng Gu hesitated. "I didn't lie to him, I really wanted to make friends with him. And, if you want to make friends with someone, you have to do it while they are still weak. Once they are strong, it will be too late to make friends with them. Remember this, no matter what kind of grievances you had with him before, today is the end of it. Don't have any more conflicts with him in the future. I don't want to see the relationship I worked so hard to build be destroyed by you." Meng Gu and Shueli felt a mix of emotions in their hearts, not knowing what to say for a while, only nodding. 5 days later, under Yang Kai's command, several thousand people passed through the void corridor and headed towards Tongxian realm. After waiting for so many days, those who should have come had already arrived, those who hadn't would probably not come, so there was no need to wait any longer. What made Yang Kai feel gratified was that almost all the friends he had made were willing to follow him and entrust their lives to him. They all had complete confidence in Yang Kai. In the vicinity of the free and unfettered territory, Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, and Shi Kun had arrived ahead of time and cleared out all the cultivator who had stayed nearby, leaving almost no one within a 50-kilometer radius. Shi Kun looked at Yang Kai puzzledly and asked, "Holy Master, won't doing this provoke public anger?" "In fact, as long as we clear out a 10-kilometer radius, everything will be fine." He didn't quite understand why Yang Kai wanted to clear out a 50-kilometer radius. "You'll know soon enough," Yang Kai chuckled as he stared towards the void corridor. A group of people suddenly appeared, one after another. The first group to arrive was naturally the Yang family's direct descendants, all of them looking around curiously, as if they had arrived at a new world. When they noticed the richness of the world energy aura in this place, all of them were ecstatic, greedily inhaling the air, their faces filled with excitement. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, the first group of Yang family direct descendants flew down from the sky and found an open place to wait for the others to arrive. A beautiful figure mixed in with the Yang family direct descendants. After walking out of the void corridor, she looked around and immediately flew straight towards Yang Kai, landing in front of him with a smile. Isn't your Chiu family the fourth group? Why have you, the patriarch, come here yourself? Yang Kai looked at Chiu Meng in amazement. Chiu Meng stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai. I've come to ask for a gift. What gift? Didn't you say it yourself? You said a few days ago that when we arrived here, you would give me a big gift. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment. What's wrong? You didn't forget, did you? Oh, you're talking about a gift. Yang Kai seemed to wake up from a dream and patted his head. I remember, I've already prepared one. Chiu Meng was suddenly overjoyed and hurriedly said, Give it to me quickly. If I'm not satisfied, I'll teach you a lesson. You'll definitely be satisfied. Yang Kai smiled and patted Chiu Meng. What are you doing? Chiu Meng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, then glanced at the place he patted and found that there was no trace of it left behind. Just now, I spent a great deal of effort to help you improve your current realm. Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Feel it carefully. Do you feel anything special? Chiu Meng stared at him suspiciously, obviously wary of his words, but when she tried to sense them with her heart, her pretty face suddenly filled with astonishment as she muttered, Oh. I feel like I'm about to break through. Quickly find a place to comprehend the mysteries of this place. The surrounding 50-kilometer radius is all safe. Yang Kai waved his hand. Chiu Meng didn't dare delay in the slightest and quickly disappeared. So easy to deceive, Yang Kai sighed softly. Li Rong and Han Fei both smiled to the side. Chapter 945. It took 3 days for several thousand people to safely pass through the Void Corridor and arrive in Tongxian Realm. Within a 50-kilometer radius, many cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty each found a suitable location and sat down cross-legged to comprehend the Heavenly Way and martial Tao, breaking through their own shackles and advancing their cultivation to the next level. Because of the different world principles, all cultivators who arrived in Tongxian Realm could obtain some improvement in their strength. Those cultivators on the verge of a breakthrough could naturally take advantage of this opportunity to break through in one fell swoop. When Yang Kai first set foot in this world, this was the case. When the ancient demon clan was brought out of the mysterious small world by Yang Kai, many of their clansmen had their cultivations improved. Now that it was the turn of the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty, Yang Kai was already familiar with this process and had long since prepared for it, so he had purged the 50-kilometer radius to provide a safe environment for everyone to break through. Of the several thousand people, at least a third of them were on the verge of breaking through. Although the others were not so lucky, they were still satisfied. The Yuan Qi in their bodies and their own cultivation had improved somewhat, so they took the initiative to disperse and protect their companions who were about to break through. Chiu Meng came over from somewhere 10 kilometers away, gritting her teeth as she muttered under her breath, seemingly cursing something. Rushing over to Yang Kai's side, she raised her head and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Is this the gift you gave me? Are you satisfied? Yang Kai grinned. I'm satisfied, but this has nothing to do with you, right? Open your eyes wide and look around, so many people are breaking through. Chiu Meng stretched out her hand and pointed around. As far as the eye could see, countless cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the ground, inhaling and exhaling world energy, creating a spectacular scene. It's fine as long as you're satisfied, don't be so serious. Remember this, if you disappoint a woman, I won't let you off. Chiu Meng stomped her foot bitterly and no longer bothered with Yang Kai, running over to where the Chiu family members were gathered. Yang Kai rubbed his nose helplessly. Holy Master! At this time, Shi Kun appeared out of nowhere and said anxiously, there's a large group of people coming this way. They look very aggressive. Something's not right. Who is it? Yang Kai frowned. Subordinate didn't have time to inquire, but there is a Saint Realm Master on the other side. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai's expression was displeased. The only major force in the vicinity was the Free and Unfettered, but after so many of their experts had been killed, the Free and Unfettered seemed to have scattered. This time, when he had come from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai had specifically asked Li Rong to go to the Free and Unfettered, but when Li Rong arrived, she found that there was no one there. At this time, who would be so blind as to run over? After walking a short distance, Yang Kai saw some small black dots on the horizon rapidly approaching. As time passed, the figures of that group of people became clearer and clearer. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that in this group of people, there was only one Saint Realm Master, a first-order Saint Cultivator at that. The others were all Transcendents with a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators. What made Yang Kai feel strange was not that the strength of these people wasn't high, but that there were many familiar auras among them. Carefully perceiving them, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. The approaching group of cultivators apparently also noticed the situation here and stopped a kilometer away, the leader of the group shouting, "Dare I ask if you are friends from the Free and Unfettered?" This one is Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master, Chen Zhou. We have come here today to ask for your guidance. Dragon Phoenix Palace. Li Rong, who was standing behind Yang Kai, frowned, having no impression of this unknown sect. We're on the same side, Yang Kai said casually before calling out, Sun Yu, are you over there? As soon as this statement came out, the Dragon Phoenix Palace cultivator all frowned. Palace Master Chen Zhou even moved slightly, firmly blocking the figure of a young man in the crowd, preventing Yang Kai from seeing him. Disciple, someone over there is calling out to you. Do you have friends from the Free and Unfettered? Ling Jian looked suspiciously at Sun Yu, who was being protected in the middle. As his master, he naturally knew his disciple's life experience the best. Sun Yu had been picked up by Ling Jian when he was very young and brought to Dragon Phoenix Palace to cultivate. Over the years, Sun Yu had never left Dragon Phoenix Palace. If he hadn't insisted on coming here this time, how could Ling Jian have allowed him to go out so easily? Now, he was the future hope of the entire Dragon Phoenix Palace and could not be allowed to have any accidents. Sun Yu had almost never left Dragon Phoenix Palace, so how could he know people from the Free and Unfettered? Ling Jian was confused. Palace Master Chen Zhou also turned his eyes to Sun Yu and asked, Do you know the one who called out to you? Sun Yu's face filled with ecstasy, but he didn't answer and simply walked out of the crowd, a look of awe on his face as he called out, Is that Senior Yang? Yang Kai smiled and nodded, Yes. It really is Senior Yang. Sun Yu was overjoyed and quickly broke away from the crowd and flew over. The expressions of the Dragon Phoenix Palace Masters all changed greatly as they quickly followed after him. Old man Ling Chang, who is this Senior Yang that Sun Yu mentioned? Why is he so enthusiastic? Chen Zhou asked curiously as they flew. This old master doesn't know either. Ling Jian was also confused. As they spoke, everyone arrived in front of Yang Kai. Sun Yu wore an excited expression as he respectfully cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Yang, it turns out you are also here. Yang Kai nodded gently, his eyes sweeping past Sun Yu and looking behind him. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, almost all of the masters had followed Sun Yu here, forming layers upon layers of guards. Even at this moment, all of them were staring at Yang Kai vigilantly, fearing he would act against Sun Yu. Right, let me introduce you. Sun Yu excitedly pointed to Yang Kai and said, This is Senior Yang. Then, pointing to the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace, he said, This is our Palace Master Chen Zhou, this is my Master Ling Jian, this is Elder Xiao Ling, this is... After each introduction, Yang Kai nodded and greeted each of them. Young man, what qualifications do you have to call me senior? Chen Zhou asked with some displeasure. Sun Yu was now the Dragon Emperor of Dragon Phoenix Palace, his status far higher than even Palace Master Chen Zhou's, but now, Sun Yu was actually calling such a young man senior, making Chen Zhou feel very uncomfortable, as if the Dragon Emperor was being belittled. If Yang Kai was a middle-aged man, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Chen Zhou clearly saw that he was a young man in his late 20s. Palace Master, this senior Yang has shown me great kindness, I won't allow you to speak of him like that, Sun Yu snorted. Chen Zhou was stunned, his expression becoming awkward as he cupped his fists and said, "Friend, please don't take offense, this one's mouth is a bit blunt, I mean no harm. Palace Master Chen is too polite." Yang Kai didn't care at all. Chen Zhou immediately compromising and changing his attitude because of Sun Yu's words showed just how much importance he attached to Sun Yu. Next to him, the elder from Dragon Phoenix Palace named Xiaoling suddenly stared at Shikuan, hesitating for a moment before asking, "May I ask if your excellency is Elder Shikuan of Nine Heavens Holy Land?" "Indeed, have we met before?" Shikuan looked at him suspiciously. Xiaoling's expression became strange as he exclaimed, "No wonder you look familiar. Half a year ago, this Xiao went to Nine Heavens Holy Land to request alchemy from a grandmaster. At that time, Elder Shikuan was sitting in the stone pavilion outside the Nine Peaks, so this Xiao has seen you before. However, Elder Shikuan probably doesn't have any impression of this Xiao. So that's how it is." Shikuan nodded. There were too many people who came to the Nine Peaks to request alchemy services every day, how could he remember each one? "Your Dragon Phoenix Palace went there to request alchemy services?" Yang Kai looked at Sun Yu. Elder Xiao Changjiao came back and said there were many people waiting in line. He waited for a month before it was his turn and gave all the alchemy services he requested to me, Sun Yu smiled. "If you want to request alchemy services in the future, just tell me directly, there's no need to wait in line," Yang Kai said. In an instant, everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace looked at Yang Kai in a different light. Chen Zhou hesitantly asked, "Dare I ask, what is your relationship with the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai?" The Holy Land's Elder Shikuan was here, one step behind Yang Kai, so it was obvious he was the leader. Sun Yu had just called him Senior Yang. This made Chen Zhou think of many things, but he was also a man with keen eyesight and quick thinking, so he quickly made some guesses. "This is my holy master," Shikuan quickly said. Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace trembled as they stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Chen Zhou's expression was extremely awkward as he cupped his fists, "So it is Yang Xingzhu." This Chen was ignorant just now and offended Yang Xingzhu. "I hope Yang Kai can forgive me." As soon as they met, he had questioned Yang Kai without any sense of propriety, but how could he have imagined that this young man was the most famous person in the world? The difference in strength between Dragon Phoenix Palace and Nine Heavens Holy Land was simply too great, so if he really angered the other, Dragon Phoenix Palace would definitely not have a good end. Thinking so, Chen Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. "Palace Master Chen doesn't need to worry, Sun Yu and I are friends, naturally I don't care about such matters," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Friends?" Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace was dumbfounded, each of them blushing in excitement, as if being able to make friends with Yang Kai was a great honor. Turning their gazes toward Sun Yu again, their eyes filled with even more admiration and excitement. All of them secretly thought to themselves that the Dragon Emperor was truly worthy of being the Dragon Emperor, actually being able to make friends with such a character. Sun Yu was still so weak, yet he was able to obtain such good treatment from the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. It seemed that this Yang Xingzhu was also a person with great vision and had long since seen through Sun Yu's extraordinariness. While the group of masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace were secretly celebrating, Yang Kai turned to Sun Yu and asked, "Why are you here?" Sun Yu scratched his head. Last time, Senior Yang asked me to inquire about some information, so I had been keeping an eye out for clues. Finally, I heard that this mysterious small world had some information that Senior Yang wanted, so I brought some people here. How could I have known that Senior Yang would also be here? And I also inquired about this place not long ago. Then these people. Sun Yu glanced around and found that there were between 4,000 and 5,000 people gathered here, somewhat dumbfounded. Chapter 946. The strength of the several thousand nearby cultivator wasn't too high, only a dozen or so transcendents were worth paying attention to. Most of the others were immortal ascension boundary or Yuan Qi boundary cultivators. This puzzled Sun Yu and the other masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace, wondering where this group of people had come from and what their relationship was with Yang Kai. "They're all my friends and relatives," Yang Kai explained lightly before solemnly saying, "In any case, I must thank you this time." Because of Yang Kai's words, Sun Yu had spared no effort in ordering Dragon Phoenix Palace to inquire about his whereabouts. After receiving the news, Sun Yu had personally led a group of people to this place. This made Yang Kai very grateful. At that time, Sun Yu had no other choice but to use all the connections he had. Yang Kai could imagine how Sun Yu had insisted on going out this time, and how the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace had tried to dissuade him, but he had refused without hesitation. This young man is very good. Shi Kun, when you go back, tell Great Chang Imo to visit Dragon Phoenix Palace more often in the future, Yang Kai casually said. Yes. Shi Kun quickly responded. This. Chen Zhou rubbed his big hands as a smile suddenly appeared on his face, not knowing what to say. What should I do? Dragon Phoenix Palace wasn't very strong right now, but Nine Heavens Holy Land was on the rise and had a mysterious alchemy grandmaster. There wasn't a sect that didn't want to establish a relationship with Nine Heavens Holy Land. Once they established a relationship with Nine Heavens Holy Land, they would receive huge benefits in the future. At the very least, they would have a guaranteed source of saint pills. Chen Zhou hadn't expected that this Yang Xingzhu would be so enthusiastic, causing his palace master's heart to tremble, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Flushing with excitement, Chen Zhou quickly said, "This Chen thanks Yang Xingzhu for his kind intentions. From now on, Dragon Phoenix Palace will advance or retreat together with Nine Heavens Holy Land." Chen Zhou could be considered a man who had experienced great storms, but because of Yang Kai's words, his mood was still fluctuating. "No need to be polite, since you've come here, I need your help." Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. "Yang Xingzhu, please speak," Chen Zhou said seriously. "As Palace Master Qin can see, my friends and family all have different cultivations, and the distance from here to Nine Heavens Holy Land is quite far, so there is no telling what kind of accident we will encounter along the way. If it is convenient for Palace Master Qin, would you be willing to have your noble house escort us for a while?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course, once we arrive at the Holy Land, there will be generous rewards." Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace's eyes lit up. Sun Yu quickly waved his hand. "Senior Yang, there's no need to be so polite with me. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell us. Since we're already here, we'll follow you. As for compensation, there's no need to mention it." Chen Zhou calmed himself down and hurriedly said, "And Yang Xingzhu acting like an outsider is clearly looking down on my Dragon Phoenix Palace." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Sun Yu smiled happily. "That's great, I'll have another opportunity to learn from Senior Yang." The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace immediately spread out under Chen Zhou's arrangement and stood guard. They hadn't brought many people with them this time, only about 30 to 40, but most of them were transcendents. With such a group of people joining the team, their journey forward would definitely be much safer. After all, these people were very familiar with Tongxian realm, so it would be easier for them to deal with any problems they encountered, unlike the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty who knew nothing about this place. Ling Jian quietly pulled Sun Yu aside and asked in a low voice, "Disciple, when did you meet that Yangxing Zhu? Listening to your tone, you seem to have studied with him for a while, right? How come Master doesn't know about this?" Sun Yu hesitated for a moment, not daring to tell the truth, causing Ling Jian to become even more suspicious. 2 days later, everything was ready and the several thousand people set off in the direction of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty had been observing the scenery along the way and was very curious about everything around them. From time to time, they would gather in groups of 3 or 5 and whisper to one another. The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace had become a hot commodity, each of them surrounded by countless cultivators who would ask them about Tongxian realm situation. The masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace didn't dare neglect Yang Kai's friends and relatives, answering whatever they were asked. All day long, their moods were somewhat complicated as they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these country bumpkins from the Great Han Dynasty. Because they found that these people were completely ignorant of a lot of common sense. Sighing with emotion, they couldn't help wondering what kind of backwater the mysterious small world they had lived in before was. At the back of the crowd, Yang Kai and Sun Yu walked side by side, Sun Yu asking some questions about the martial Tao from time to time, and Yang Kai would also teach him. Not far away, Dragon Phoenix Palace's palace master Qin Zhou stared at the 2 beautiful figures in front of him with a thoughtful expression. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's brow rose and he asked, "Has Palace Master Qin discovered something interesting?" Qin Zhou smiled, "It's not a big deal, I'm just curious about the feeling the 2 girls in front of me give off. The 2 of them are almost identical, not only in terms of appearance, but also in terms of their life auras and yuan qi fluctuations. The only difference is their temperament. If I hadn't confirmed that they had just arrived in Tongxian realm, I would have thought they were from some sect." Yang Kai raised his brow and called out, "Jiao, Mei, The Hu sisters, who were walking not far ahead, heard this call and hurriedly stopped. When Yang Kai approached, Hu Jiao asked, "What do you want?" Yang Kai ignored her and instead turned to Qin Zhou and asked, "Which sect does Palace Master Qin think they are from?" Qin Zhou was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, "Twin Spirit Pavilion, I wonder if Yangxing Zhu has heard of it." "Sure enough." Yang Kai nodded, "Naturally I have heard of it, and I have also heard that this Twin Spirit Pavilion has a good relationship with your sect." "And the relationship between our 2 sects is indeed very good, but it is not without reason," Qin Zhou smiled bitterly and explained. The relationship between the 2 sects could be traced back to a very long time ago. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion were both extremely powerful sects a long time ago. Their status in the human domain was even higher than today's Nine Heaven's Holy Land. However, for some unknown reason, a pair of top masters from Twin Spirit Pavilion disappeared along with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. Since then, the 2 sects had lost their most powerful inheritances and gradually declined. The relationship between the 2 sects had always been good, and over the years, their relationship had become closer and closer. Our Dragon Phoenix Palace is in a better position. Sun Yu has lived up to our expectations and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, inheriting the Dragon Emperor's mantle. As long as he can find a suitable Phoenix Empress, my Dragon Phoenix Palace will surely regain its former glory. But Twin Spirit Pavilion, we still haven't heard anything about their inheritance, Qin Zhou sighed and said with some relief. Sun Yu, who was standing to the side, lowered his head, not daring to speak. Twin Spirit Pavilion. After listening for a long time, Hu Jiao finally reacted and asked with a slightly excited expression, what kind of sect is Twin Spirit Pavilion? Chen Zhou chuckled, it's a very special sect. Because this force only recruits twin brothers and sisters, the disciples of this force always go out in pairs. And this is somewhat similar to our Dragon Phoenix Palace, but they are born from the same body while we cultivate male and female dual cultivation, so our natures are quite different. A force that only recruits twins. The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. And the feeling their disciples give off is very similar to the two of you. After cultivating their secret art, the aura, yuan qi, and life fluctuations of a twin brother and sister will gradually become identical. When the two of you join forces, their power is infinite. However, the two of you seem to be even more powerful than them. I have been to Twin Spirit Pavilion many times and have seen many of their disciples, but in this regard, they are inferior to you. Senior, do you know what kind of secret art they cultivate? Hu Jiao asked anxiously, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Yang Kai glanced at her and knew she had some suspicions. The secret art they cultivate seems to be called the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art, but a large part of it is missing. Although it has been repaired by later generations, it has never been able to restore the glory of their ancestors, Chen Zhou casually said. Although a sect's secret art would not be casually passed on to outsiders, the name of the secret art wasn't a secret, so it wasn't a big deal to reveal it. Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art. Hu Jiao's tender body trembled, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Elder sister. Hu Mei also covered her mouth and muttered incredulously, isn't that the secret art we obtained? You obtained it? Chen Zhou exclaimed, staring at the Hu sisters in shock. Hu Jiao nodded, the secret art we two sisters cultivate is the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art. Could it be related to Twin Spirit Pavilion? How could it not be related? Chen Zhou looked excited, that must be the lost inheritance of Twin Spirit Pavilion. I never expected it to be obtained by you two. No wonder your auras are so similar. After speaking for a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. If Wu Fei and Wu Tian knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so excited they wouldn't be able to sleep. Wu Fei and Wu Tian. Yang Kai was stunned. Oh, the two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion are called Wu Fei and Wu Tian. They are a pair of twin brothers, Chen Zhou quickly explained. This name. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. It was really a cheap name, but this name was too arrogant, it would easily attract hatred. If some bad-tempered master encountered them, they would teach them a lesson about what it meant to be truly lawless. So that secret art came from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Hu Jiao's expression was complex, her beautiful eyes faintly shining. Since she and her sister obtained the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art, their paths in life seemed to have changed. The two of them improved their strength at a speed several times faster than ordinary people. In just a dozen years, they had broken through to the transcendent realm, becoming one of the few masters in the Great Han Dynasty. Towards this secret art, they were very grateful. Towards the senior who left behind this secret art, they were naturally in awe. Now that they knew the origin and sect of this cultivation technique, the two of them had the same idea at the same time, to go to the Twin Spirit Pavilion and take a look at the sect that this cultivation technique came from. They wanted to see their twin brothers and sisters who cultivated the same cultivation technique as them. Chapter 947. Naturally, the Hu sisters' thoughts could not be hidden from Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai already had a plan. Sun Yu was treated like a treasure because Chen Zhou and the others mistakenly thought that he had unlocked the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. If the Hu sisters went to the Twin Spirit Pavilion with the Twin Spirit Shared Spirit Divine Art, their treatment wouldn't be bad. He would definitely become the rising star of the Twin Spirit Pavilion. This was because what they had obtained was the most orthodox version of the twin spirit shared spirit divine art, and was not something that the descendants of the twin spirit pavilion had completed themselves. More importantly, the twin spirit pavilion might have information that the Hu sisters needed. Over the years, the two sisters had been cultivating on their own, and although their strength had reached the first-order transcendent realm, it was nothing in Tongxian realm. The people in the Twin Spirit Pavilion undoubtedly had a deeper understanding of the Twin Spirit shared spirit divine art than they did, and could impart a lot of experience to them, which was much better than them cultivating on their own. Kai Yang, we want to. Hu Jiao stammered as she looked at Kai Yang, but he gestured her to stop, interrupting her. Headmaster Chen, how are the two pavilion masters of the Gemini Pavilion? Yang Kai asked seriously. He knew what the Hu sisters were thinking, but he didn't feel at ease letting them go to the Twin Spirit Pavilion. In terms of character, Yang Xingzhu can rest assured, I have dealt with them for many years and they are all honest people. The Twin Spirit Pavilion doesn't have many disciples, in total, no more than 1,000, so they have always been obedient and have never done anything outrageous. However, although there are only 1,000 of them, the Twin Spirit Pavilion status in Tongxian realm is no worse than my Dragon Phoenix Palace is. Wu Fa and Wu Tian are both first-order saints, the same as this Qin, but when the two of them join forces, they can defeat most second-order saints, Chen Zhou explained. Then there's no problem. Yang Kai nodded. Chen Zhou's eyes lit up. If these two ladies can bring the complete Twin Qi shared divine art to the Twin Spirit Pavilion, Wu Fa and Wu Tian will definitely be overjoyed. There's no need to rush. Jiao, and Mei should return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with me first. It won't be too late to make a decision after we arrive, Yang Kai chuckled. Oh. The Hu sisters were very obedient. Then, can I send a message to Wu Fa and Wu Tian to inform him of this good news? Chen Zhou asked cautiously as he observed Yang Kai's expression. Thank you, Manor-head Qin. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you. Chen Zhou gratefully called over Elder Shaoling of Dragon Phoenix Palace and told him to quickly go to Twin Spirit Pavilion and convey the news of the Hu sisters to Wu Fa and Wu Tian. Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship, and Chen Zhou, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian also had a good relationship. Sun Yu had opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, allowing the Dragon Emperor's power to reappear after thousands of years. While Chen Zhou was overjoyed, he also felt sorry for the Twin Spirit Pavilion. Now that he saw hope in the Hu sisters, he wanted to quickly inform his two friends and secretly rejoice for them. Yang Kai had already stepped into the middle of the group, walking side by side with Ling Tai-su. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts as they stood on either side of Chen Zhou and asked him about the situation at the Twin Spirit Pavilion. Chen Zhou told them everything he knew, and the three of them chatted happily. Yang Xingzhu has taken great pains to think about the two of you, Chen Zhou suddenly smiled mysteriously. What does senior mean by this? Hu Jiao was puzzled. Chen Zhou explained, Yang Xingzhu asked the two of you to return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with him first. I also sent a message to Twin Spirit Pavilion, so if Wu Fa and Wu Tian want to find you, they must go to Nine Heavens Holy Land. With Yang Xingzhu's relationship with them, Wu Fa and Wu Tian will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. On the contrary, they will regard you as the future hope of the sect. On the other hand, if the two of you go directly to Twin Spirit Pavilion, the situation may be different. Hu Jiao thought about it for a moment and also felt that this was reasonable, her beautiful eyes faintly glancing towards Yang Kai in front of her and curling her lips. He's so crafty. He's also doing this for your own good. Chen Zhou nodded and smiled ambiguously, as if he had seen through something. After 3 months of continuous trekking, the thousands of people were finally about to reach their destination. When the news spread, everyone was excited and looked forward to the future. After such a long time, the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty was also exhausted. After experiencing the initial curiosity and novelty, they couldn't wait to find a place to settle down and enjoy the rich world energy and the gifts of this world. This world was many times better than the cultivation environment of the Great Han Dynasty, so everyone was secretly looking forward to what kind of development they would have in the future. Nearly 100 kilometers away from the 9 peaks, a group of figures quickly flew over from 9 Heaven's holy land. When they arrived, all of them cupped their fists and saluted, "Holy Master." The several elders of the Holy Land had come out in full force, none of them missing, their eyes wandering around the thousands of people, full of curiosity. Young Kai gently nodded and asked, "Is everything ready?" Great Elder Su Hui replied, "Everything is ready." In response to Elder Shi Kuan's message, as early as a few days ago, we have refurbished the former site of War Spirit Temple and can now move in at any time, but there are still some places that need to be repaired. No problem, Yang Kai nodded, expressing satisfaction. 9 Heaven's Holy Land already had 3,000 disciples, and Yang Kai had brought 4,000 to 5,000 people this time. There was no way the 9 peaks could accommodate all of them, and even if they could, with so many people gathered in one place, the supply of world energy in the future would become a problem. As such, Yang Kai had already thought of a place to settle everyone. The former sites of Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple were good choices. The places where these two sects had been established were also filled with rich world energy and beautiful scenery, making them very suitable for long-term residence. Most importantly, the buildings there were ready-made. However, the entrance to Star Field had now appeared in Shattering Mystical Palace, so Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable settling all of the Great Han Dynasty's people there, so he had stuffed them all into the former site of War Spirit Temple. Elder Shi Kuan had also set off more than a month ago to rush back to 9 Heaven's Holy Land to convey Yang Kai's instructions. Now, everything had been arranged. All that was left was to wait for the people Yang Kai had brought to move in. War Spirit Temple was not far from 9 Heaven's Holy Land, and the most valuable thing was that it was located between the Holy Land and Netherworld sect. This way, no matter who wanted to harm them, they would have to go through either 9 Heaven's Holy Land or Netherworld sect first. The safety of the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator was strongly guaranteed. While on the road, Yang Kai had also told everyone about this matter. Yang Zhao, Qiu Yimeng, Hu Stars, and the other leaders of the various forces all expressed that there was no problem. Living in the former site of War Spirit Temple, if they wanted to find Yang Kai or come to 9 Heaven's Holy Land in the future, it would be extremely convenient for them. As the huge team moved forward, Yang Kai introduced the elders of the Holy Land and the leaders of the various forces of the Great Han Dynasty, allowing them to familiarize themselves with each other. Towards the people brought by Yang Kai, Su Hui, and the other elders showed great humility, causing some of the younger generation leaders to feel flattered. They all knew very well that with their insignificant cultivations, if it weren't for their relationship with Yang Kai, these Saint Realm masters wouldn't even spare them a glance. But now, these masters who had lived for hundreds of years were treating them with great courtesy. For a moment, a subtle sense of excitement welled up within them as they deeply understood the extraordinary status of Yang Kai in this world. Yang Xingzhu, since we've arrived, we'll take our leave first, Chen Zhou suddenly came to Yang Kai's side and said. They had been away from Dragon Phoenix Palace for several months now, so it was time for them to return. Palace Master Chen must be tired after such a long journey. Please return to the Holy Land for a few days so I can show you some hospitality, Yang Kai said sincerely. Along the way, they had indeed encountered a lot of trouble. With several thousand people traveling together, there were always some people who didn't have eyes and tried to cause trouble. If it weren't for the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace properly handling the situation, Yang Kai would likely have already killed them all. Chen Zhou and the others had also done their best to escort Yang Kai, but now that they had arrived at their home, Yang Kai had no choice but to extend his greetings. This. Chen Zhou hesitated. Senior Yang has invited us, let's not refuse, Sun Yu interjected. Chen Zhou smiled bitterly, you little brat. Nodding, Chen Zhou cupped his fists and said, then I'll have to trouble you. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Sun Yu sneakily came over to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice, Senior Yang, when will you tell Palace Master the truth of this matter? Every time I see them treat me so respectfully, I feel a sense of guilt. How about this, after this matter is settled, I'll go find someone, and when I find that person, I'll go to your Dragon Phoenix Palace and explain everything. Really? Sun Yu was overjoyed. Is the person Senior Yang is looking for the Phoenix Empress? Sun Yu guessed casually. However, Yang Kai nodded and admitted, yes. It was time to find Su Yan. She had stayed in Ice Sect for more than 10 years and had been separated from Yang Kai for 7 years. Now that everyone from High Heaven Pavilion had come to Tongxian Realm, it was time for her to return to the sect. After finding her and inheriting the Phoenix Empress inheritance, presumably her cultivation would reach a new height. Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to it. After an hour, the huge team passed through the 9 peaks and, under Yang Kai's orders, Su Hui personally led the group from Dragon Phoenix Palace into 9 Heaven's Holy Land. Everyone else continued to move forward towards the former site of War Spirit Temple. Yang Kai had already asked Su Hui to send some pills to Dragon Phoenix Palace as a thank you gift, so presumably Su Hui would be able to handle this matter well. After another hour, everyone finally arrived at the former site of War Spirit Temple. From a distance, Tribulation, the wizard of Netherworld sect, flew over and cupped his fists. Yang Xingzhu, long time no see. Sect Master Wizard, how come you've come to help? Yang Kai was a little surprised. Wizard Tribulation chuckled meaningfully, I had nothing better to do so I brought some disciples to help. Are these people from Yang Xingzhu's hometown? Quite a few. Saying so, Tribulation glanced behind Yang Kai, secretly surprised. And they will live here from now on, not far from Netherworld sect, I'll have to trouble Sect Master Wizard. Rest assured, as long as my Netherworld sect does not fall, no one can cross my sect's line of defense and bully this place. Wizard Tribulation patted his chest and vowed. Chapter 948. At the former site of War Spirit Temple, the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty settled in. After more than 10 days of discussion and arrangement, each force had their own place to stay. War Spirit Temple originally had several thousand disciples and occupied a vast area, so there was no problem in accommodating the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator. With a new home and a new atmosphere, everything was thriving. Yang Kai summoned the leaders of the various great forces and gave them some instructions, especially regarding the passage leading to the Star Gate in Shattering Mystical Palace, ordering them to strictly prohibit their disciples from entering at will. In that kind of place, even a Saint Realm Master would have a slim chance of survival, let alone this group of people from the Great Han Dynasty. This place is different from the Great Han Dynasty. You can no longer act independently like before. Everyone must treat each other as a family. It may take you a few years, a decade, or even a few decades to integrate into this world. Although the road ahead is bumpy, there is much more room for development here than there, Yang Kai said to the crowd. The leaders of the various forces all nodded. They were willing to follow Yang Kai here, so naturally they were mentally prepared. If they wanted to develop and make a living, they must seek common ground while reserving differences. They must give up their previous notions of family and sect and treat everyone as a whole. This kind of thing didn't need Yang Kai to say, they all understood. Fortunately, the people at the helm were basically all young people, so it was easier for them to communicate with each other. A large number of cultivation materials were sent over from the Holy Land and were properly handed over to everyone, so the cultivator who came here didn't need to worry about the lack of cultivation materials and could improve their cultivation without any worries. It was easy for the Holy Land to collect these cultivation materials now. The 5 grandmasters in Xia Ning Chang had been busy performing alchemy, and as the storm in the mysterious small world passed, the number of people coming to the Holy Land gradually increased. Every day there was a huge income, enough to support the 10 Holy Lands, so it didn't matter if a part of it was given to the Great Han Dynasty. During these 10 days, Xia Ning Chang also rushed over and stayed for a few days, meeting with the people from High Heaven Pavilion, but because there were too many people from the Holy Land requesting alchemy, she had no choice but to return. More than 10 days later, everything was finally back on track. In a corner of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, Yang Kai appeared. He glanced at Ling Tai Su, who was standing there quietly, gazing into the distance with a deep gaze. He walked forward and said, "Grand Master." Ling Tai Su turned around and nodded with a smile. "You must be tired these days, right?" "I'm not tired." Yang Kai smiled. "Being able to settle all my family and friends here was one of my first wishes when I came to this world." Ling Tai Su showed a look of approval. "This time, you handled the matter very well. I think everyone who comes here will be grateful to you." Yang Kai gently breathed in and revealed a worried expression. "The only thing I'm worried about now is that they might have some sort of conflict in the future." Ling Tai Su laughed heartily. "There will definitely be conflicts. After all, the people who came here belong to too many different forces, but you don't need to worry. They are not unreasonable people. Even if there is a conflict, they will know how to resolve it. As long as they are willing to integrate into one, after 1 or 2 generations pass away, they can truly become one family. It's only a matter of time." "I hope so." Yang Kai nodded. He had done what he had to do, the rest would depend on the efforts of the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator. "Kai, on the way here, you mentioned Soaring Heaven sect to me." Ling Tai Su suddenly changed the subject. "Is there really the founder of High Heaven Pavilion there?" "And?" Yang Kai nodded. "It's true. When Disciple first came to this world, he was also taken care of by the founder and martial uncles." On the way here, Yang Kai had told High Heaven Pavilion about Soaring Heaven sect. At that time, High Heaven Pavilion had been very interested and had even expressed some excitement. Now that they were suddenly mentioning it again, it was obvious they had some sort of plan. "The founder is actually still alive." Ling Tai Su's face showed a look of yearning. "His strength must have reached the peak of enlightenment, right?" "The peak of cultivation," Yang Kai quickly said. Ling Tai Su took a deep breath. "I want to pay him a visit." He was High Heaven Pavilion sect master, but compared to Chu Ling Xiao, the difference in seniority was too great. Now that he learned that his sect's ancestral founder was still alive, he naturally wanted to pay him a visit. "I'll send you there," Yang Kai immediately said. "No need, you have many things to do, just find someone who knows the way to take me there." Ling Tai Su waved his hand. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. If someone else were to go with Grand Master, it would take at least 4 months, but if Disciple were to send you there, it would only take a few days. "Oh." Ling Tai Su raised his brow. "Do you have a way to make it so fast?" "Grand Master will know soon," Yang Kai smiled, thinking for a moment before saying, "Bring sassafras with you." Ling Tai Su pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, he is now the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion, he should come with me to see the founder." Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and searched for sassafras in the old site of War Spirit Temple. After a stick of incense worth of time, sassafras rushed over. "Brother-in-law, Grand Sect Master, what did you call me for?" I'll take you to see the sect's founder. Young Kai grinned, summoned the flying heavens shuttle, flew up, and called out to Sassafras and Ling Tai Su. After they stood up, the flying heavens shuttle immediately turned into a streak of blue light and disappeared. Feeling the terrifying speed of the shuttle, Ling Tai Su and Sassafras both paled. Sassafras exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, what kind of artifact is that? Isn't it a bit too fast?" He had now reached the transcendent realm, but when he released his divine sense, he was unable to capture the surrounding scenery, which meant that the speed of the flying heavens shuttle was several times faster than his divine sense. The flying heavens shuttle, an artifact specifically designed for flight, Yang Kai explained casually. That's amazing. With this kind of speed, if I wanted to go to Nine Heaven's Holy Land in the future, I'm afraid I could arrive there in the blink of an eye, Sassafras said excitedly. Brother-in-law, get me one too. Yang Kai's face went black. Ling Tai Su smiled and said, don't even think about it, I'm afraid it's not an easy treasure to obtain. And, in this world, I'm the only one, Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Sassafras was disappointed, only now realizing how precious the flying heavens shuttle was, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Brother-in-law, you can even obtain such a unique treasure, your luck really surpasses the heavens. Right, you just said you wanted to take me to see the founder. What founder? Yang Kai immediately told him about Chu Ling Xiao and Soaring Heaven sect. Sassafras listened and couldn't help looking forward to it. With nothing to do along the way, Yang Kai took this opportunity to instill some knowledge of Tongxian realm into Sassafras and Ling Tai Su. 2 days later, they arrived at Soaring Heaven sect. Yang Kai rushed directly into Serene Resplendent Peak. Before he entered the mountain corridor though, a tender voice called out in his ear, "Little martial nephew." Turning his head towards the source of the voice, Yang Kai saw his martial aunt Feiyu standing not far away and waving towards him, apparently having noticed his arrival. Beside her were Tsangyan, Rimaru, Fei Jian, and the others. Yang Kai smiled happily and hurriedly rushed over with High Heaven Pavilion and Sassafras. I was wondering which idiot dared to trespass on Serene Resplendent Peak. It turns out it was you who came back. Feiyu said enthusiastically as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Why didn't you say anything in advance when you came back, always appearing and disappearing like a ghost? I just got here, Yang Kai grinned. In any case, it's not like I'm an outsider. You're the only one who dares to enter and leave my Serene Resplendent Peak at will. If Rimaru and the others dared to do so, I would have already beaten them to a pulp, Feiyu snorted. Rimaru said with a look of grievance, why are you dragging me into this? I've never run over here without telling you first. These two are. Tsangyan looked at Ling Tai Su and Sassafras suspiciously, wondering why Yang Kai had brought these two to Soaring Heaven sect. This is the Grand Master I mentioned to you before, Ling Tai Su, and this is my junior brother, Sassafras. And, he is now the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion. The four martial uncles were shocked, their eyes filled with surprise, the sect that ancestral founder founded in another world. N. High Heaven Pavilion's Ling Tai Su greets several brothers. Ling Tai Su cupped his fists. Although he looked much older than Tsangyan and the others, Ling Tai Su knew that in terms of real age, each of these four was much older than him, so calling them brothers was only natural. Sassafras greets several martial uncles. Sassafras also hurriedly saluted. Good. Tsangyan laughed and returned the greeting. Junior brother and martial nephew have finally returned to the sect. Good, if ancestral founder knew about this, he would be very happy. What about the other members of High Heaven Pavilion? Feiyu asked with concern. I placed them near Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The journey is too far, so they just arrived in Tongxian realm, so I didn't let them come. It's fine, if there is a chance in the future, bring them along, Zhang said, come with me to see Ancestral Founder, we also have some matters to attend to. Many thanks, brother. Ling Tai-su's mood fluctuated, secretly excited. Inside Chu Ling Zhao's secluded cultivation room, the group found a place to sit down cross-legged. After learning about the origins of Ling Tai-su and sassafras, Chu Ling Zhao also felt a little emotional. After talking for a while, Chu Ling Zhao said, when I founded High Heaven Pavilion, it was an idea I had on the spur of the moment. After guarding the demon general's body for too long, I found a few disciples and taught them, but I didn't expect that after I left, they would be able to bring about great prosperity to High Heaven Pavilion. How many of them can bring glory to High Heaven Pavilion? And, it seems I was a little irresponsible. If I had known earlier, I would have left more secret arts manuals there. These years, you've suffered a lot. Ancestral Founder is too serious. Ling Tai-su hurriedly said, it is also thanks to Ancestral Founder that this disciple can have today's achievements. Disciple being able to see Ancestral Founder in this lifetime is already a blessing from High Heaven Pavilion's ancestors. If they were to learn of this in the netherworld, they would surely be smiling in the afterlife. Good, Chu Ling Zhao gently nodded, a look of relief on his face. Chapter 949. Chu Ling Zhao was very concerned about the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion, while Ling Tai-su also wanted to chat with his Ancestral Founder. Seeing that they seemed to have a lot to talk about, Feiyu beckoned to Yang Kai from the side before quietly withdrawing. Yang Kai quickly excused himself and left. Outside the secret room, following Yang Kai, Zhang Yan and the others also came out. They had come here to report something to Chu Ling Zhao, but seeing him and Ling Tai-su chatting happily, they did not disturb them. Little martial nephew, I heard your 9 Heavens Holy Lands development is quite good? Feiyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It's just a so-so, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I also heard that the saintesses of your 9 Heavens Holy Land are all obedient to the Holy Master, is that true? Little martial nephew, how many saintesses have you found? Rimara poked his head out and asked with a wretched expression before solemnly saying, little boy, although you're young and strong, you need to exercise restraint, don't harm your body. Yang Kai's face went black, not knowing what to say, quickly changing the subject, martial uncles, did you just come back from outside? And, Zhang Yan nodded, we went to the Snow Mountain Range to investigate the situation. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yang Kai asked curiously. The 4 saints glanced at each other, Feiyu thinking for a moment before asking, little martial nephew isn't an outsider, why don't we talk about it? Zhang Yan nodded, we can talk about it, it's also a good opportunity for little martial nephew to remind your 9 Heavens Holy Land to pay attention. Seeing the dignified look on their faces, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this matter was somewhat unusual, otherwise, how could 4 Saint Realm Masters treat it so seriously? Come with us, Feiyu beckoned and then led Yang Kai to the side with the other 3 martial uncles. More than half a year ago, the world's mysterious small worlds opened on their own, little martial nephew should know, right? As they walked, Zhang Yan asked. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded. On top of that, he also suspected that the opening of all the mysterious small worlds had something to do with him destroying the space where great demon god's soul clone was. Although there was no definitive evidence, the timing was quite consistent. It was when the space was destroyed that all the entrances to the small sealed world opened. We don't know if there is any connection between these 2 events, but ever since the entrances to the mysterious small worlds were all opened, something happened in the Snow Mountain Range. What's the situation? Yang Kai asked. A top-notch expert has mysteriously appeared, that Zhang Yan replied in a low voice. Expert? A 3rd-order saint. Yang Kai's expression changed. The number of third-order saints in the entire Tongxian realm could be counted on one's fingers. Among the 3 clans, the total number of such masters added together did not exceed 20. Yang Kai knew that the demon race only had 5 such masters. In addition to demon commander Zhang Yuan, there were also the 4 demon general. On the monster race's side, only 3 monster race great seniors had reached such a level, namely Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Shaking Divine Ox, and Ice Jade Python. The human race's side had slightly more such masters, but not by much. Such a master suddenly appearing in the Snow Mountain range was naturally a cause for concern. Which race is it? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. The expressions of his 4 martial uncles suddenly became strange, the Tsangyan hesitating for a moment before saying, "It is precisely because we cannot determine which race it is that it is puzzling. When we arrive, you'll understand." Yang Kai was stunned but no longer asked and simply followed the 4 martial uncles forward. Listening to what they said, it seemed that the third-order saint was being held captive in Soaring Heaven's sect at this moment, which made Yang Kai feel somewhat puzzled. Capturing a third-order saint wasn't a simple matter. Wearing a puzzled expression, Yang Kai did not say a word. Following the 4 martial uncles through Soaring Heaven's sect, Yang Kai soon arrived at the foot of a mountain peak. At the base of this mountain peak was a hidden entrance that led the group into a mountain corridor. Along the side of the corridor, bright torches flickered, giving off a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. Feeling the pressure on his body, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Feiyu took the initiative to explain, "There is a large spirit array here that has a restraining effect. It is a place my Soaring Heaven sect uses to imprison powerful enemies, but this place was generally empty until a few months ago when it was opened. That master is being held here. And the situation is very strange, we don't know how to explain it, it's best if you see it with your own eyes." Tsangyan nodded. All the way down, Yang Kai felt the pressure on his body grow larger and larger, as if an entire mountain was pressing down on him, causing his breathing to become heavy. This was obviously the residual power of the spirit array. Although it was not specifically targeted at Yang Kai, it still made him feel some pressure. If it was specifically targeted, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of person would be able to withstand such pressure. After descending 1,000 meters or so, the group finally arrived at a dim stone room. Inside this stone room, bright lines of light flickered and gathered together to form a huge and complex pattern. At the center of this pattern was a humanoid figure that was bound. Chu Lingzhao's demon sealing chain was firmly wrapped around the humanoid creature's body, constantly releasing a scorching hot power that incinerated its body. At the same time, the humanoid creature's hands and feet were firmly bound by some unknown artifact. A terrifying murderous aura spread throughout the stone room. "That's him." Tsangyan pointed to the front and said, "Little martial nephew, look carefully. If your 9 Heavens Holy Land encounters such a creature in the future, you must be careful. We still can't determine which race he belongs to." Yang Kai looked towards the humanoid figure and his eyes suddenly shrank, calling out in horror, "Bone race? What?" The 4 martial uncles all turned to look at him. Yang Kai frowned and quickly stepped forward, arriving in front of the humanoid figure and carefully examining it, becoming more and more certain of his judgment. The one bound here was actually a member of the bone race. "Little martial nephew, do you know this race?" Tsangyan asked anxiously. "I've seen it before." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "Where did you see it?" 7 or 8 years ago, when I went to find a senior sister of mine, north of the sea, in a place covered in glaciers, Yang Kai quickly explained. Back then, he had gone to find Su Yen and merged his souls with her in Ice Sect. The 2 of them had transformed into golden dragons and ice phoenixes, wandering the world and inadvertently destroying an iceberg. Inside that iceberg, Yang Kai found a frozen skeleton. This skeleton was exactly the same as the humanoid figure in front of him, with no flesh or blood, only bones and meridians, a terrifying sight to behold. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know the depth of this skeleton and thought that it was some ice sect disciple who had accidentally encountered it, so he kindly brought back the frozen skeleton. Ice Master Qinya, Elder Qianyu, and Qian Hao, on the other hand, told Yang Kai a secret. A long time ago, a race called the Bone Race had mysteriously appeared in Tongxian realm. Their characteristics were that they were skeletons with very little flesh or blood, but each of them possessed tyrannical strength and lived long lives. The decline of Ice Sect was inextricably related to the Bone Race. Qinya finally asked Yang Kai to burn the skeleton, but the moment Yang Kai burned it, the skeleton, which should have been dead for countless years, revealed a trace of vitality. At that time, Yang Kai was startled and had a deep impression of this matter. Now that he saw the skeleton that was bound here, Yang Kai naturally recognized it at a glance. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, the expressions of his martial seniors became more and more dignified. You mean, he lived for thousands of years? The Zhangyan asked in disbelief. It should be, Yang Kai nodded. Ancestral Founder also said that although this person seemed to have no vitality, he was actually still alive. However, he should have just woken up from a deep sleep and his strength should not have been restored yet, which is why Ancestral Founder was able to easily capture him and bring him back to the sect. This Bone Race person was captured by Ancestral Founder. Yang Kai turned to look at the other four. And, on the same day that all the entrances to the mysterious small world opened, Ancestral Founder suddenly felt an abnormal aura coming from the Snow Mountain range and went to investigate. A few days later, he returned with this person. We all thought he was dead. Fortunately, Ancestral Founder had the foresight to bind him here. Rimaru said with a look of lingering fear. This Bone Race person's cultivation fluctuations were at the peak of the Third Order Saint realm, and although they were very faint, his realm was clear. If he had really been allowed to recover, Chu Ling Xiao may not have been able to do anything to him. Look, when we came here a few days ago, his meridians were still shriveled, but now they seem to have filled up a bit, and the vitality in his body has also become much richer. Few noticed the situation and quickly reminded them. He's recovering. The Zhangyan's face changed. What kind of astonishing vitality was this? After being frozen in the Snow Mountain range for thousands of years, he was actually able to recover after waking up. It was simply shocking. How come we've never heard of such a race before? The four people looked at each other in confusion. The world is big and full of strange things, there are many things we don't know about. Rimaru, go inform Ancestral Founder and ask him what we should do now, the Zhangyan ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Rimaru immediately disappeared. Originally, he had brought Yang Kai here just to give him a reminder, but Yang Kai had unexpectedly obtained some information, causing the Zhangyan to immediately take this matter seriously. A short time later, Chu Ling Xiao rushed over. I've heard the situation from Rimaru. Yang Kai, how much do you know about this Bone Race? Chu Ling Xiao asked seriously. Not much. Yang Kai shook his head. All I know is that if we want to completely obliterate him, it's best to burn his bones to ashes, otherwise, once he fully recovers, he'll be very difficult to deal with. Indeed, this old master has never heard of such a strange race before, but I do know a thing or two about that ice sect. I didn't expect their bloodline to still be alive. Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Ancestral Founder knows about ice sect. Yang Kai was surprised. Of course, that endless Snow Mountain range was where ice sect was founded a long time ago. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. However, this also explained why the Bone Race had appeared here. The decline of Ice Sect was inextricably related to the Bone Race. Presumably, a long time ago, They had fought with the bone race here and then chased them to that ice world, where they had been stationed. There, they had not appeared for a long time. The four martial uncles and martial seniors all trembled slightly, finally understanding why their ancestral founder would often leave his secluded retreat at night to look up at the star field. They didn't know why their ancestral founder would do such a strange thing and thought that Chu Ling Xiao was trying to comprehend the heavenly Tao, but after hearing him say this, they understood that he had discovered something unusual and was now observing it carefully. After staying in Soaring Heaven's sect for 2 more days, Yang Kai, Ling Tai Su, and Sassafras returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Before leaving, their ancestral founder repeatedly warned them to be careful in the future and that if they encountered any strange creatures like the bone race again, they were to inform him. Yang Kai readily agreed. Along the way, Yang Kai was silent, lost in thought. Ling Tai Su noticed his absent-mindedness and asked, "Did something happen?" Yang Kai nodded and told him about the bone race. Ling Tai Su also paled slightly, but he couldn't give any opinion. After all, he had only been in Tongxian realm for a short time and didn't even know how big this world was, let alone the bone race. Back in the Great Han Dynasty, they didn't even know about the demon race or the monster race. They only thought that in this world, the only sentient beings were the human race. Only after arriving in Tongxian realm did they realize how short-sighted they were. Grand Master doesn't need to worry, even if the heavens fall, there will be a tall one to hold it up. Yang Kai chuckled, his mood relaxing greatly as he turned to Sassafras and asked with a smile, "What good thing did you get? Why are you grinning so much?" Sassafras grinned meaningfully and took out a universe bag. "Look, this was given to me by ancestral founder." A universe bag. Yang Kai nodded. "You know how to use it, right?" "Of course I know. The ancestral master and several martial uncles also gave me a lot of secret treasures, ancient books of martial arts, and so on. They are all in there." Su Mu carefully put the universal bag on his chest and gently patted it. "Since they gave you so many things, you have to make good use of them. Don't fail to live up to the expectations of ancestral founder and your martial uncles," Ling Tai Su said earnestly. "Disciple understands." Sassafras nodded seriously before suddenly asking, "Brother-in-law, when are you going to bring elder sister back? Our entire sect has come here, it's time for her to come back. And, after sending you back this time, I'll go find Su Yen," Yang Kai nodded. Even if Sassafras hadn't reminded him, he had already planned to do so. After being separated for 7 or 8 years, Yang Kai didn't want to live such a life of lovesickness any longer. Now that Xia Ning Chang was also in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, as long as he could find Su Yen, his whole family would be reunited. Yang Kai yearned for such a life. 2 days later, the trio returned to the former site of War Spirit Temple. They handed the choice to Yang Kai. "Do you want to go?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. The two sisters nodded together, Hu Jiao Air saying, "I want to see what kind of sect it is." Yang Kai could understand their mood, just as when Yang Kai learned that Dragon Phoenix Palace was the source of his and Su Yan's inheritances, he couldn't help but associate it with himself. Giving Sun Yu such a great opportunity and being kind to Dragon Phoenix Palace was also for this reason. If you want to go, then go. There, you may be able to find some people you can share a common language with. Moreover, if you go there, you may have even greater gains. Chen Zhou had vouched for Wu Fa and Wu Tian's character, so with this layer of protection, even if the Hu sisters went to Twin Spirit Pavilion, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Wu Fa and Wu Tian would only treat them as treasures. Chapter 951. Nine Heavens Holy Land, Guest Hall. Twin Spirit Pavilions. Two pavilion masters, Wu Fa and Wu Tian, sat upright on their chairs with anxious expressions, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. From time to time, they would turn their heads to look outside, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had been here for a few days now, but had yet to see the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land or the twin sisters who cultivated the twin chi's shared spirit divine art. His heart was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. With the Holy Land's great elder chalk old man Su Hui accompanying them, none of them dared to show too much impatience, only able to secretly express their anxiety. A few years ago, an ordinary young disciple from Dragon Phoenix Palace entered Dragon Valley and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, allowing the Dragon Emperor's power to reappear. In just 2 years, this young disciple's cultivation had broken through from the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage. On the day he emerged from seclusion, frozen Nether Cave Heaven, who had come to invade Dragon Phoenix Palace, was forced to retreat. Frozen Nether Cave Heaven suffered heavy casualties while Dragon Phoenix Palace emerged victorious. When the news reached the Twin Spirit Pavilion, Wu Fa and Wu Tian were incredibly envious. They also deeply understood the might of an ancient inheritance. While they were happy for Dragon Phoenix Palace, they were also somewhat disappointed. The supreme inheritances of Twin Spirit Pavilion and Dragon Phoenix Palace had both been severed at the same time, but now, new hope had appeared in Dragon Phoenix Palace while none existed in Twin Spirit Pavilion. In comparison, how could Wu Fa and Wu Tian feel at ease? He often sighed and lamented that the heavens did not favor the Twin Spirit Pavilion. However, a few years later, Dragon Phoenix Palace's old man Xiaoling came to report happily that a pair of twin sisters who cultivated the twin chi's shared spirit divine art had appeared in a mysterious small world. What's more, this pair of sisters had now arrived in Tongxian Realm, in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Hearing this news, Wu Fa and Wu Tian immediately set out from the Twin Spirit Pavilion and rushed to this place, not daring to waste any time along the way, arriving at Nine Heavens Holy Land as quickly as possible. However, they didn't see anyone, and even after asking Su Hui, Wu Fa and Wu Tian couldn't help feeling anxious. Fortunately, just now, Su Hui had rushed over and told them that the Holy Master would be arriving soon, telling them to calm down. Great Chalk Elder, may I ask when Yang Xingzhu will arrive? Wu Fa couldn't hold back the impatience in his heart. As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression became incomparably awkward. Because he had already asked this question Xingzhu, 3, he had already. He is, Pavilion Master Wu, isn't being a little Pavilion Master is he is being too anxious? To be Pavilion Master Wu is. Chalk, please don't mind Chalk to Chalk Man. Right at this time, Wu Tian's body suddenly trembled as he said in a low voice, Big brother, they're here. Wu Fei also quickly released his divine sense, and sure enough, he noticed that someone was quickly approaching from outside. The two brothers couldn't sit still any longer, their figures flickering as they arrived outside the guest hall and gazed into the distance. A moment later, a green light flashed, and 3 silhouettes appeared leisurely. Divine Chalant his divine Xing's twos to be understood Chalant, SBs or Yang B. However, Wu Fa and Wu Tian's eyes were firmly attracted to the 2 women behind the young man. The 2 women looked exactly the same. Their life auras and true chi fluctuations were exactly the same. As they stood together, there seemed to be an invisible connection between them. Their true chi and true chi coexisted. If it weren't for their different temperaments, anyone would have mistaken them for one and the same. Wu Fa and Wu Tian took a deep breath, their expressions suddenly becoming excited as they stared at the Hu sisters, unwilling to move their eyes away, their eyes gradually filling with surprise and excitement. There was no need to confirm it. When they saw these two sisters, Wu Fei and Wu Tian had already determined that they were cultivating the twin chi's shared spirit divine art. Because in this world, besides the twin chi's shared spirit divine art, there was no other secret art that could cause such a situation. What's more, the two of them were cultivating the most orthodox twin chi's shared spirit divine art. In terms of their auras and vitality, even Wu Fei and Wu Tian, as pavilion masters, were inferior to the Hu sisters. Their degree of Yuan Qi connection was also inferior to these two girls. Big brother! Wu Tian shouted, a fanatical expression appearing on his face. That's right, Wu Fei was also very excited. This is definitely the supreme inheritance of my twin spirit pavilion. The Hu sisters were also curiously sizing up Wu Fei and Wu Tian. They had never seen a cultivator in a situation similar to theirs. However, the two of them were glaring at them as if they wanted to eat them alive, causing them to feel a little frightened, so they couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai. Their subtle movements made Wu Fei and Wu Tian realize that they had lost their composure, so they quickly put on gentle smiles, showing harmless and amiable expressions. You two are the pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion, right? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Wu Fei and Wu Tian's expressions became serious as they cupped their fists. We are. Is your excellency Yang Xingzhu? Yang Kai nodded. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Wu Fei exchanged pleasantries and got straight to the point. Yang Xingzhu, these two girls. Yang Kai smiled and interrupted him. Let's talk inside. Saying so, he led the Hu sisters into the main hall. Wu Fei and Wu Tian glanced at each other before helplessly following. After the host and guests were seated, Yang Kai asked for tea to be served before calmly saying, I'll get straight to the point. And, the purpose of the two pavilion masters coming here is clear to me. Wu Fei looked excited as he stared at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. It's just that my Nine Heavens Holy Land and Twin Spirit Pavilion have never dealt with each other before, and this Holy Master is not familiar with the two Pavilion Masters, so, there are some things I must clarify first. I hope the two Pavilion Masters will forgive me. Yang Xingzhu is right, this is only natural, Wu Fei and Wu Tian quickly expressed. Let's put it this way, you want the two of them to go to your Twin Spirit Pavilion, right? Wu Fei and Wu Tian both nodded. Because the two of them have mastered the supreme inheritance of the Twin Spirit Pavilion and are the hope of its revitalization. The two of them also want to see the Twin Spirit Pavilion. I have already confirmed this with them. Really? Wu Fei was overjoyed and looked towards the Hu sisters gratefully. They had been on edge all this time, worried that the two sisters wouldn't be willing to go with them, but if they didn't want to, they couldn't force them. This was Nine Heavens Holy Land, where masters were as common as clouds. The two brothers were only first-order saints, and although defeating a second-order saint wasn't a problem for them, in Nine Heavens Holy Land, such strength was far too weak. The two of them had stayed here for a few days and had felt a powerful aura from a nearby mountain peak that caused their hearts to palpitate. They didn't doubt that there was a third-order saint guarding this place. Daring to act presumptuously here was no different from digging one's own grave. This is a matter of mutual consent, it's not appropriate for an outsider like me to say anything. Yang Kai smiled gently, but these two girls to me, and they're like little sisters next door. As soon as this statement came out, the Hu sisters glanced over at him faintly. Yang Kai pretended not to notice and continued, on top of that, they only came to Tongxian realm recently and lived in a mysterious small world before, so they don't know anything about this place, so I wanted to help them ask about it carefully. Yang Xingzhu, please speak, us two brothers will give you a satisfactory answer, Wu Fei said firmly. If they go to Twin Spirit Pavilion, what kind of treatment will they receive? Yang Kai no longer acted polite and asked directly. Wu Fei thought for a moment and said, Dragon Phoenix Palace has a disciple named Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor's successor. How Dragon Phoenix Palace treats Sun Yu will be how my Twin Spirit Pavilion will treat these two girls. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. If they want to come back here one day, we will. We won't stop them, as long as the inheritance of Twin Spirit Pavilion can be carried forward. As for where it is, it doesn't matter. If they go there, in terms of cultivation, we will provide them with the best cultivation materials in the sect, the best cultivation environment. Us two brothers can even protect them at all times. We won't let them come to any harm unless we die. The twin chiefs shared spirit divine art they have mastered. If they don't want to speak, no one can force them. This is an opportunity given to them by my Twin Spirit Pavilion's ancestors. They, Yang Kai, spoke one by one, and the two brothers, Wu Fei and Wu Tian, spoke one after another, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Their faces were filled with sincerity, unconditionally agreeing to everything, all of their answers extremely satisfying. They, Yang Kai. Hu Jiao Air quietly nudged Yang Kai and winked. That's enough, don't make things difficult for others. The various conditions proposed by Yang Kai were quite tricky, and the Hu sisters really didn't want to see Wu Fei and Wu Tian make any more promises. They had already felt the other party's sincerity. Then, let's leave it at that. Yang Kai chuckled before turning to the side and ordering, Su Hui, prepare some saint pills for cultivation and have them take them on the road. Yes. Su Hui quickly went out to arrange. Over the past few days, Xia Ning Chang and the 5 grandmasters had continued to refine pills for those who requested them, so the Holy Land had now accumulated a lot of saint pills and spirit pills. Wu Fei and Wu Tian both trembled as they stared at Yang Kai with slight surprise. Saint pills were rare, but this Yang Xingzhu actually wanted to give some to these two girls. It was obvious how important these two girls were to him. For a moment, their expressions became ambiguous. When do you want to leave? Yang Kai turned to look at the Hu sisters. Hu Jiao Air hesitated for a moment before replying, it depends on the two seniors' intentions. Wu Fei couldn't wait any longer. Let's set off now. The journey to Twin Spirit Pavilion is long and will take at least 1 to 2 months. All right. Hu Jiao Air nodded before turning to Yang Kai. Help me inform my father that we will be going to Twin Spirit Pavilion first and will be back soon. Tell him not to worry. Understood, Yang Kai nodded. How should I address these two young ladies? Wu Fei and Wu Tian had already come up and inquired about the Hu sisters' names. They would be living in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a long time in the future, so it was natural to ask for their names first. The Hu sisters quickly replied. The 4 of them chatted happily and the atmosphere was harmonious. The 2 pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion wore relieved looks as they looked at the Hu sisters with kind eyes. Chapter 952. Outside the 9 peaks, Yang Kai personally sent off the Hu sisters and the 2 pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Wu Fei and Wu Tian walked in front while Yang Kai led Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air a few steps behind, carefully reminding them of a few things. The 2 sisters hadn't been in this world for long, and now they were going to another place, so there were some things they needed to pay attention to. Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air nodded their heads obediently. After talking for a long time, Yang Kai stopped and said, Then I'll send you off here. When you go there, keep a low profile and try not to cause trouble for others. If you feel wronged, come back and find me, I'll help you vent your anger. Oh. Hu Mei Air seemed a little reluctant to part. Hu Jiao Air, however, stuck her tender body close to Yang Kai's and reached out to pinch his back. What are you doing? Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he stared at her blankly. You actually said that we're your little sisters from next door. Hu Jiao clenched her teeth. Mei is one thing, she's younger than you, so it's fine if you call her little sister, but what about me? Do you want this grand-aunt to call you Big Brother Yang? She had an enchanting appearance, and her voice was sweet and coquettish. Yang Kai listened to her and nodded repeatedly, okay. Can you be any more shameless? Hu Jiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of age, she was older than Yang Kai. But because she and her little sister looked so similar, people who didn't know would mistakenly think they were twins. Isn't it convenient to introduce you? Also, I said that to raise your status. You know it in your heart, why are you taking it so seriously? Yang Kai said helplessly. I know what you're trying to do. Hu Jiao let go of his hand, her expression suddenly becoming faint as she giggled. It wouldn't be bad to have a big brother like you next door. Yang Kai froze for a moment. While he was still in a daze, the Hu sisters had already stepped forward and joined Wu Fa and Wu Tian. The Twin Spirit Pavilion's two pavilion masters turned around and cupped their fists. Yang Xingzhu, we will take our leave now. You don't need to worry about the safety of the two ladies, as long as we brothers are alive, no one can bully them. Thank you, pavilion masters. Yang Kai returned the greeting with a serious expression. Jiao and Mei looked at each other, and for some unknown reason, they suddenly raised their hands together and said, Goodbye Big Brother Yang, we will miss you. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Staring in the direction they disappeared, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and quickly returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to find his little senior sister to seek some warmth. 10 days later, everything was arranged properly. On the side of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty coexisted peacefully. The early preparatory work had been completed, and all that was left was time for them to familiarize themselves with this world. Inside the Holy Land, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about many things as Great Elder Su Hui handled everything properly. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yang Kai embarked on the road to Ice Sect alone. He was going to bring Su Yan back to reunite with everyone in the sect. This time, he didn't bring anyone with him. Li Rong and Han Fei wanted to go with him, but Yang Kai didn't agree. Going to find his own woman, how could he bring two beauties with him? Even if Su Yan was magnanimous and didn't suspect anything, Yang Kai would still feel embarrassed. As such, he firmly refused Li Rong and Han Fei's requests to go with him. As for how to get to Ice Sect, Yang Kai didn't know, so he planned to go to Water Spirit Temple first and use it as a transit point to find Ice Sect. High up in the sky, a blue light flashed and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai stood atop the Flying Heavens shuttle and flew forward. Crossing mountains, crossing rivers, and getting closer and closer to Water Spirit Temple, Yang Kai's mood became more and more excited. The closer Yang Kai got to Su Yan, the more he felt a sense of homesickness. He didn't know what Su Yan's current cultivation was, but Yang Kai estimated that with her aptitude and the cultivation environment on the other side, she shouldn't be any weaker than him in terms of cultivation. When he had chased her and Xia Ningchang all the way to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai's only thought was to find them as soon as possible. But this simple wish had taken him a full 10 years to achieve. At that time, he had never imagined he would have the achievements he had today. Third Order Transcendent Realm, Yuan Qi Saint Transformation Realm, and as the Holy Master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, he could command the ancient demon clan while concealing his identity as the Dragon Emperor. Besides the fact that his strength was still slightly lacking, it could be said that Yang Kai had already stood at the peak of this world and was an absolute overlord. The improvement of his strength was only a matter of time. When he first arrived here, Yang Kai felt as if he had come from the wilderness, not knowing anything about the outside world. Following behind Yun Xian and the others from Bold Independent Union, he silently observed the world around him with his own eyes. Alone, without anyone to rely on, young Kai was shocked by the strength of bold independent union. But now, a force like bold independent union could be destroyed with a single word from him, and bold independent union's union master, Yun Cheng, was even complacent about being able to form a relationship with him. Thinking about this for a moment, young Kai shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, a burst of panicked screams came from below as many cultivators were running in his direction, many of them wearing horrified expressions as they looked back from time to time, as if something was chasing them from behind. Young Kai furrowed his brow and slowed down his speed. He wasn't sure what had happened down below that had caused so many people to flee in panic. About 30 kilometers in front of him was a city called Blue Water City. In order to find Su Yen, young Kai had come here before, so he knew that this Blue Water City was the territory of Water Spirit Temple. Looking around, young Kai saw that at this moment, Blue Water City was filled with chaos, with miserable howls and screams echoing in his ears. Young Kai's face sank as he transformed into a streak of blue light and disappeared. A moment later, when he reappeared, he had arrived above Blue Water City. Looking down, young Kai's eyes couldn't help narrowing. The entire Blue Water City could be described as a living hell. Everywhere one could see red blood and broken limbs, the scene was simply too horrible to look at. Young Kai was at a loss. Young Kai's expression became cold as a golden spear appeared in his hand and he threw it towards the bone race skeleton. Xiao, the heaven-punishing spear transformed into a streak of golden light and pierced through the bone race skeleton's mouth with lightning speed, exiting from the back of its head. A transparent hole appeared and young Kai, who was standing in front of the bone race skeleton, was able to see through this hole to the back of its head. However, the bone race skeleton remained indifferent, the thin layer of flesh on its neck wriggling fiercely as the wound quickly healed without any trace of having been penetrated. Young Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong and his mood became heavy. Chapter 953. This strange race could not only absorb the essence of the flesh and blood of the dead to shape their own bodies, they could even ignore such fatal wounds. It was practically an immortal existence, causing Kai Yang to involuntarily give birth to a creepy feeling. The blow just now seemed to have completely enraged the other party. The bone race master opened his mouth and let out a fierce roar as a blood-red light suddenly condensed into a giant hand that covered the sky and shot towards Yang Kai. Within the blood, there was a power that made one's heart tremble. It released a wave of sizzling sounds, possessing extremely powerful corrosive properties. Yang Kai let out a grunt as the hundreds of millions of pores on his body opened up and his true Yang Yuan qi erupted like a volcano. In an instant, he became like a blazing sun, his golden light illuminating all of Blue Water City in a dazzling manner. Blood fell onto his head, but before it could reach him, it evaporated completely. The bone race master on the other side was obviously taken aback, but before he could recover, Yang Kai had already rushed forward and clung tightly to him, a profound heavenly sword condensed from his true qi appearing in his hand. Waves of unwilling and angry howls came out from the mouth of the bone race clansman. The thin flesh attached to his bones was cut off piece by piece, and blood constantly flowed out of the bright red bones. It was a very miserable sight. Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he continued to destroy this bone race master in front of him while silently observing his strength. This bone race master had the aura of a first-order saint, but it seemed that he was unable to display his full strength, and as his flesh and blood was cut off, his violent aura also gradually weakened. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew and stared at his opponent. The bone race master in front of him had been reduced to a skeleton, with only his bones and meridians remaining firmly fixed to his bones. It was an extremely strange sight. However, young Kai was shocked to discover that even after so many of his attacks, his opponent's bones did not have the slightest scar. His bones seemed to be even stronger than the strongest artifact. Even though his flesh and blood had been destroyed, it did not affect his vitality at all. The Bone Race Master's body once again exuded a powerful suction force, and in an instant, young Kai felt his vitality churn as the blood flowing through his veins threatened to burst out of his body, causing his skin to crack open. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly circulated his yuan qi to resist the attraction of the Bone Race's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In all directions, the flesh and blood essence of countless cultivators who had died tragically transformed into streams of energy that were visible to the naked eye and poured into the skeleton. A moment later, another thin layer of flesh and blood appeared around the Bone Race Master's body, bolstering his violent momentum. Young Kai narrowed his eyes. He suddenly felt that his guess back in Soaring Heaven sect a few days ago might be correct. For this strange race, flesh and blood were not necessary. Their bones were where their essence lay. As long as their bones were not destroyed, they would never die. No wonder Qingya wanted him to burn the bones of the Bone Race. Only by doing so could he completely destroy them. Young Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly felt that he had seen through the essence of this race. The profound heavenly sword in his hand turned into specks of light and disappeared. Young Kai clapped his palms together and pushed them forward. Beast Soul Seal. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the cry of an ox, the white tiger and divine ox appeared. Break for me. Young Kai roared as the two beast souls condensed from his yuan qi rushed towards the Bone Race Master, Young Kai following closely behind. One man and two beasts launched the simplest, most direct, and most violent attack. Earth-splitting divine ox charged forward, the single horn on its forehead directly piercing through the Bone Race Master's abdomen, lifting him high into the air. The huge impact caused the Bone Race Master's eyes to flicker, clearly unable to bear such a blow. The heaven-splitting white tiger took this opportunity to pounce forward, opening its bloody maw and firmly biting down on one of the Bone Race Master's arms, refusing to let go, allowing the Bone Race Master to beat it up. Young Kai flew out and stood on top of the white tiger, his expression cold as he reached out and grabbed the Bone Race Master's other arm. Ci Lala, the hot yuan qi burned the blood and flesh outside the bones, emitting an unpleasant stench. Young Kai turned a blind eye to this and stared down at the Bone Race Master indifferently, pulling hard. A violent aura burst out from the Bone Race Master's body, causing him to panic. At the same time, he struggled violently, trying to break free from the shackles of the two beast souls. The beast souls condensed from Young Kai's yuan qi were unable to resist the impact of his aura, and in the blink of an eye, they dimmed significantly and were on the verge of collapsing. Young Kai unhurriedly used his free hand to release the imprisoning heaven chain. A golden rope wrapped around the Bone Race Master's body, immobilizing him. His two ghastly eyes pulsed rapidly, revealing the uneasiness in his heart. Thick blood qi rushed out from his bones, transforming into a series of strange monsters with ferocious fangs that bit at Young Kai. Grand Heavenly Shield. A shield-like barrier appeared in front of those ferocious beasts, blocking their attacks. Young Kai increased the strength of his grip. Kacha, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds, one of the Bone Race Master's arms was gradually elongated and then torn off. Scorching hot yuan qi burst forth from Young Kai's hand, instantly incinerating the torn arm into ashes. A fierce roar came from the Bone Race Master's mouth as thick blood and life essence flowed out from his severed arm, making him appear much more dispirited. Young Kai clenched his hand into a fist and slammed it into the Bone Race Master's chest, crushing his opponent's bones like a giant hammer. Kacha. The bones in the Bone Race Master's chest gradually broke and shattered while the heaven-shaking white tiger also bit down hard, tearing apart his meridians and ripping out his bones one by one. After half a cup of tea's time, the ghastly flames in the Bone Race Master's eyes finally dimmed and slowly extinguished, his entire body disintegrating and scattering to the ground. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he stood in place, his brow furrowed. He realized just how difficult the Bone Race was to deal with. Against them, ordinary attacks had no effect at all, and even fatal wounds couldn't harm them at all. The only way to destroy them was to burn them directly or tear them apart violently. With Yang Kai's current strength, dealing with a first-order Saint cultivator wasn't a problem, but facing a Bone Race Master was a different story. Throughout Blue Water City, there were 4 or 5 such auras, one of which was even a second-order saint. Things weren't quite right. At that moment, a familiar life aura suddenly appeared in the range of Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai quickly flew up into the sky and looked over, quickly discovering that Shui Ling of Water Spirit Temple was fleeing under the protection of a saint cultivator. This saint realm cultivator's strength wasn't low, and a rich and soft water aura flowed from his body. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s and his robes were stained with blood. His saint chi was fluctuating erratically, clearly indicating he had just experienced a difficult battle. As soon as he appeared, the 4 or 5 Bone Race Masters in Blue Water City immediately noticed him and shot out beams of blood-red light from all corners of Blue Water City towards him. To the Bone Race, he seemed to be a delicious meal that had aroused their interest. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Bone Race Masters rushed to his side and surrounded him, their ghastly eyes staring at him with great interest, clearly harboring malicious intent. Shui Ling, who was being protected by this middle-aged man, couldn't help shivering as her pretty face went pale. The middle-aged man wore a dignified expression as he turned to Shui Ling and said a few words. When Shui Ling heard this, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she shook her head repeatedly. Be obedient. Seeing her like this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but shout. Shui Ling's expression froze for a moment before she nodded. A resolute expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he released a soft water aura from his body, causing the surrounding water attribute world energy to suddenly become violent. Crystal-clear water droplets suddenly appeared around the middle-aged man, tens of thousands of them seemingly endless. Immediately after, these water pillars shot out like arrows from a bowstring, bombarding the Bone Race soldiers from all directions, each containing a tyrannical power. Retreat! The middle-aged man shouted as he formed a series of seals with his hands, causing the water droplets to converge mid-air and form a series of water arrows. The Bone Race people gathered around the middle-aged man remained indifferent, allowing the water arrows to penetrate their bodies. The only reaction they had was to shift their bodies due to the huge force behind the water arrows. By the time these water arrows were formed, Shui Ling had already turned into a mist and disappeared from this world. She possessed the water spirit body and was born with this divine technique. Yang Kai had also suffered many losses under this technique and in the end, he had to rely on Old Demon to subdue Shui Ling. However, Shui Ling still couldn't escape. One of the Bone Race Masters suddenly stared towards a certain spot in the air and released his spiritual energy, sending out an invisible attack. Shui Ling screamed miserably as her disappeared figure reappeared and fell from the sky, blood flowing from her mouth and nose. A burst of strange laughter came from the mouths of the Bone Race Masters, but because they didn't have much flesh and blood left, their voices sounded like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, extremely harsh to the ears. One of the Bone Race Masters stared at Shui Ling with greedy eyes, obviously very interested in her flesh and blood. The water spirit body allowed them to recover faster than the flesh and blood of an ordinary cultivator. Suddenly, a blue light flashed and intercepted Shui Ling before she could fall to the ground. The eyes of the bone race masters flashed as they stared at the blue light in surprise, their divine senses bursting forth as they quickly communicated with one another. Being held in someone's arms, Shu Ling finally saw who it was that had saved her life and exclaimed, "Yang Kai. We'll talk later." Yang Kai beckoned to the absent-minded middle-aged man below. "Come up." The middle-aged man didn't hesitate and directly jumped onto the Flying Heavens shuttle. In a flash of blue light, Yang Kai had already taken the middle-aged man and Shu Ling 100 kilometers away. The bone race masters didn't try to stop them, as if they knew they couldn't, simply staring at Yang Kai's disappearing back and laughing. The bone race masters were still communicating with their divine senses, and after a while, one of them nodded and quickly left Blue Water City, heading towards the sea. Chapter 954. I've caught a cold, so I feel dizzy and uncomfortable. 10,000 kilometers away from Blue Water City, inside a mountain valley. Yang Kai put down the middle-aged man and Shu Ling he had rescued, the three of them looking at each other silently, their expressions heavy. Shu Ling was still a little weak. Just now, she had been hit by a bone race divine sense attack and had suffered some injuries. The middle-aged man hurriedly took out some pills from his universe bag and fed them to Shu Ling. Watching Shu Ling meditate to restore herself, the middle-aged man gradually relaxed, turning to Yang Kai and cupping his fists. "Many thanks for little brother's life-saving grace just now. This one can't thank you enough." "You're too polite," Yang Kai gently nodded. It was nothing more than a slight effort. Little brother and Ling know each other. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai smiled faintly, not answering the question directly. "Are you the temple master of Water Spirit Temple, Shu Yun?" Shu Yun nodded. "How should I address little brother?" "Father, he is the Yang Kai I told you about." Shu Ling interjected. Shu Yun's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise, exclaiming, "My apologies, it turns out you are the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land." This Shu Ei's eyes must have been blind. After knowing Yang Kai's identity, Shu Yun immediately changed the way he addressed him. In this world, no one dared to despise the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. It was easy for Yang Kai to recognize his identity. There was only one Saint Realm Master in Water Spirit Temple, and that was Temple Master Shu Yun. Coupled with his concern for Shu Ling, Yang Kai was naturally able to determine his identity. "Yang Kai, why are you here?" Shu Ling asked while looking at Yang Kai. "I was just passing by," Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Where did the bone race people in Blue Water City come from?" "Bone race?" Shu Yun was startled. "Those skeletons that can absorb the essence of flesh and blood. Yang Xingzhu knows about them." Shu Yun was shocked and asked eagerly. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't know much about them, but I've seen them in the past and recently." "Does Senior Shu know where they came from?" Shu Yun's expression dimmed as she sighed. "We don't know where they came from. A year ago, an iceberg that was about to melt drifted near the Water Spirit Temple and the disciples found a skeleton inside. Out of curiosity, they took the skeleton out but didn't find anything of value. Everything was peaceful until a few months ago. For some reason, the skeleton suddenly came to life." Shu Yun explained briefly, and Yang Kai listened quietly. Only then did he learn that after the bone race had come back to life, they had gone on a rampage in the Water Spirit Temple. After absorbing the flesh and blood essence of the dead, his strength rapidly recovered. With the combined efforts of all the experts of the Water Spirit Temple, they had paid the price of over a dozen casualties to capture and imprison him. But no matter what they did, they couldn't kill the bone race. In the end, they had no choice but to burn it. This method was correct, allowing him to die completely. After a few months of peace, a few days ago, many terrifying skeletons appeared from all around the Water God Temple, and the entire Water God Temple fell in an instant. Those skeletons. And the bone race is very strong, they have many Saint Realm Masters among them. Even the weakest among them is a transcendent, not a single immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Moreover, after they kill someone, they can absorb the flesh and blood essence of the dead. They use it to restore themselves and shape their own bodies. My Water Spirit Temple's 2,000 disciples were slaughtered overnight, and more than a dozen nearby islands fell. Water Spirit Temple was completely destroyed. Shui Yun said with a pained expression, not many people managed to escape in the end. This Shui was incompetent. I could only escort Ling out of the islands and come to Blue Water City. I never would have thought that a few bone race masters would chase after me here, causing Blue Water City to be plunged into misery and suffering. Father, this isn't your fault. Shui Ling comforted. But Water Spirit Temple was destroyed by my hands, Shui Yun said bitterly. They may have come from the Ice World, Yang Kai said gloomily. Ice World? Shui Yun looked at him in amazement. Ice Sect? Yang Kai shivered. Has your Water Spirit Temple had any contact with Ice Sect over the past few months? What is the situation there? The most recent transaction was a few months ago, a few days before that skeleton came back to life. Shui Yun replied. You stay here and recover, I'll go check out the situation, Yang Kai said, summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle and preparing to leave. Yang Kai, don't go. Shui Ling shouted anxiously, those people are very strong, it'll be dangerous for you to go alone. And, although there aren't many of them, there are many Saint Realm Masters. On top of that, they can restore their strength after killing people. Yang Xingzhu, you'll have a hard time going there. It's fine, I'm just going to check out the situation. If you notice any danger approaching, leave immediately, I'll find a way to find you. Yang Kai hurriedly exhorted a few words before disappearing. Shui Yun and Shui Ling wanted to stop him but were powerless to do so. I hope he's safe, Shui Yun sighed heavily. In front of those terrifying skeletons, he, the Temple Master of Water Spirit Temple, was completely powerless to resist. This time, if he hadn't run away fast enough, even he and Shui Ling would have suffered. Thinking back, Shui Yun couldn't help feeling a lingering fear. A blue light flashed as Yang Kai flew towards Water Spirit Temple. The bone race had appeared in Water Spirit Temple on such a large scale, occupying all of its islands, and slaughtering 2,000 Water Spirit Temple disciples. It was impossible for them to appear here for no reason. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, these bone race people should have come from Ice Sect. Ice Sect had been guarding the Ice World all this time in order to prevent the bone race from reappearing. Yang Kai hadn't thought about this before, but now that he thought about it, Ice Sect must have known that the bone race hadn't died out and was instead hiding under the ice, so they had remained there. However, Ice Sect probably didn't know where the bone race was hiding. When these bone race people hadn't fully recovered, they were no different from dead people and were difficult to detect. But now, a large number of bone race clansmen had appeared in Water Spirit Temple, so Ice Sect's situation was quite worrying. Su Yan was still in Ice Sect, so how could Yang Kai not worry? A short time later, Yang Kai returned to Blue Water City again. This city was now filled with a deathly aura, with no trace of life. Even the bone race clansmen had disappeared, and even the corpses of those who had died had disappeared. All that remained in Blue Water City. Only broken walls and bloodstains remained. Crossing Blue Water City, Yang Kai instantly arrived above Water Spirit Temple. Waves of tyrannical aura that made one's heart palpitate were spreading from below. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he released his divine sense and quietly probed his surroundings, his face paling in the next moment. Down below, there were at least several dozen saints and hundreds of transcendents, many of whom were second or third order saints. Such a huge force was impossible for any sect in the world to resist. It could be said that if they wanted to dominate Tongxian realm, it would be easy for them to achieve this goal. The heavens have really changed. Chu Lingzhao's words from a few days ago were still ringing in Yang Kai's ears, and they were coming true at this moment. Yang Kai's speed was very fast and he flashed past. He had no intention of going down to meet these bone race clansmen. When the blue light passed by, the strongest bone race clansmen actually raised their heads and stared in the direction Yang Kai left. A star shuttle. A middle-aged man with green eyes shouted with his hands crossed behind his back, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his eyes. This bone race clansman was completely different from the one Yang Kai had seen before. He already had his own body and looked no different from an ordinary person. His complexion was ruddy and his body exuded a powerful vitality. Only his eyes were green, a terrifying sight to behold. "Master. This is the star shuttle we saw in that city, should we go and take it back?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "A star shuttle is too fast, we can't catch up. Find a way to inquire about this person's origins." "Yes." Looking at his appearance, it seems he went to that glacier. "Why did he go there? What does he have to do with those people?" The middle-aged man frowned thoughtfully. Half an hour later, Yang Kai successfully arrived at the vast glacier world. As soon as he arrived here, Kai Yang could feel an unusual aura flowing around him. Void force. Looking up, Yang Kai glanced around. A few dozen kilometers away, about a dozen meters off the ground, there was a void tunnel. There was an entrance to a void corridor. The dense void energy was coming from this void corridor. Yang Kai was startled. Not bothering to inquire about where this void tunnel led, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate the glacier world. However, to his disappointment, the entire glacier world was devoid of life. The ice sect disciples who had originally lived here had long since disappeared and the ice peaks they used to live in had all collapsed. From the traces left behind, it was clear that a great battle had taken place here. In this pure white world of ice and snow, many places were stained with red. Kai Yang's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. He and Su Yan had long been connected. As long as the two of them weren't too far apart, they could clearly feel each other's existence, but now, he couldn't feel Su Yan's aura. One possibility was that she had died, the other was that she had already left this place. Yang Kai's expression became fierce and his aura became violent as he tried to calm his mind. After a long time, Yang Kai took a deep breath. He felt that the latter possibility was much more likely. A sect master, Qinya, was a third-order saint cultivator and several of her elders were also saints. Even if the bone race had revived here and attacked them, it was impossible for Ice sect to be completely wiped out. Qinya should have escaped with them. Yang Kai raised his head and turned his eyes towards the void tunnel. Even though he didn't find any clues, he was certain that Qinya and the others had probably entered the void corridor. Because if he was Qinya, he would also make the same choice if he couldn't defeat the enemies in the void corridor. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately rushed into the entrance of the void tunnel. Yang Kai's vision blurred as a strong sense of oppression came from all directions, seemingly trying to crush his body. Below his feet was a vast expanse of nothingness, surrounded by stars. Star field. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected that this void tunnel would be the same as the star field gate in Shattering Mystical Palace, leading to the vast star field, causing his relaxed heartstrings to tighten again. Chapter 955. The star field was vast and its pressure was terrifying. If one's physical strength wasn't high enough, no matter who it was, they would die here. At the very least, one needed to be a third-order saint to be able to resist the pressure of the star field with their saint chi. This was a legendary place that very few people could actually set foot in. The legendary great demon god of that era was even rumored to have died while exploring the mysteries of the star field. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, it was certain that there was a great danger in the starry sky. If Ice Sex people thought it was just an ordinary void corridor entrance that led to some mysterious small world and rashly rushed in, it was likely they would not survive. Besides Ice Sex sect master, Qinya, who had the strength to resist the pressure of the star field, no one else would be able to escape. Yang Kai's heart was in a mess as he stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do for a while. It wasn't until he caught a glimpse of a few pale white bones floating around him that Yang Kai finally recovered his senses. Those bones were floating not far away from him. They were quiet and did not move at all. Yang Kai's big hands trembled as he picked up these bones and carefully examined them, letting out a deep breath. These bones should have belonged to a member of the bone race who had rashly entered the star field and were unable to withstand the huge pressure and had been crushed to pieces. This further confirmed Yang Kai's previous guess. The people from Ice Sect should have really fled here, and the bone race cultivators, in order to pursue them, had accidentally come here as well. As a result, they had been crushed by the pressure of the star field and died tragically on the spot. There were many bones scattered around, so several bone race cultivators should have died here. But if this was the case, then what about Ice Sex people, Su Yan, and the others? There were no traces of their deaths here. It was as if they had magically disappeared from the star field. His mood gradually calmed down. Yang Kai crushed the bone in his hand and controlled the shuttle of flying Apsara to search the vast star field for clues. Releasing his divine sense to the greatest extent possible, Yang Kai fantasized about suddenly discovering Su Yan's whereabouts and discovering her safe and sound hiding in some corner of the starry sky under the protection of Ice Master Qinya, waiting for his arrival. He was greatly disappointed. With the star field gate as the center, he searched the area within a radius of 10,000 miles several times, but he couldn't find any clues. Time passed. After an unknown number of days, he once again returned to the void corridor through which he had passed. He turned his head back and gazed deeply at the star field dotted with stars before entering the entrance. After returning to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai went directly to Water Spirit Temple. In this world, if there was anyone who knew the whereabouts of Ice Sex people, it would be the bone race, but for news of Su Yan's whereabouts, Yang Kai had to find out. Water Spirit Temple, the largest island in the Central Plains. This was originally the island where Water Spirit Temple's headquarters were located, but since the destruction of Water Spirit Temple, it had been occupied by the bone race. At this moment, all the bone race clansmen had gathered here. Every clansman now had their own complete fleshly body, unlike before when they were just skeletons without a trace of flesh and blood. They looked no different from the humans of Tongxian realm, the only thing that distinguished them were their pairs of green eyes. Nearly 200 bone race clansmen had gathered here, each pair of flickering green eyes exuding a gloomy aura, making the atmosphere of the entire island seem gloomy and frightening. They rejoiced and celebrated, celebrating their recovery after thousands of years. Every bone race clansman's face was brimming with elation. The sound of this celebration spread far and wide along with the sea breeze. They were gathered in a circle, and at the center of these bone race clansmen was a huge blood pool filled with dark red blood and chunks of flesh. Huge bubbles constantly emerged from the blood pool, bursting and sputtering out a bloody mist, causing a bright red cloud to condense above the blood pool. Many pale bones and unknown herbs floated up and down in the blood pool. Bright lines flash from time to time at the bottom of the blood pool, converging into a complex spirit array. Master Koluo, it's about time, a Bone Race clansman walked over to a middle-aged man and reported softly. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, his expression indifferent, and immediately stood up. The noisy Bone Race clansmen quieted down in an instant as they stared at him expectantly. Koluo glanced around and shouted, "Thousands of years ago, my clan inadvertently came to this place, thinking it was a good opportunity to expand our territory, but we were stopped by a top master here. My clan suffered a crushing defeat, all of our masters dying in battle, and the rest of our clansmen had no choice but to flee to the remote ice world and hibernate there. But now, we have awakened. The master our clan's masters could not defeat has long since died. This world belongs to my clan, no one can stop us." The Bone Race clansmen cheered excitedly, their voices growing louder and louder. Koluo stretched out his hand and suppressed the crowd's voices. "Tonight, new clansmen will be born, we must contribute our strength to help them wake up." Many Bone Race clansmen nodded. In the next moment, everyone began to move, pouring energy filled with the life essence of their Bone Race clansmen into the blood pool. The blood pool began to bubble as if it was boiling, the bones and herbs floating up and down even more rapidly. Along with the sounds of wailing and howling, many human faces with blurry facial features emerged from the blood pool. Those human faces were bound in the blood pool like ghosts, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape from the binding of the blood pool. All the Bone Race clansmen stared excitedly at the blood pool, their eyes overflowing with expectation. All the floating bones suddenly sank, and with a series of cracking sounds, the countless bones inside the blood pool began to fuse and intertwine, seemingly undergoing earth-shaking changes. Suddenly, accompanied by a crashing sound, a complete skeleton stood up from the blood pool. Two balls of green light suddenly appeared in its originally dark eye sockets. However, compared to the Bone Race clansmen beside it, these two green lights were very weak, like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. This skeleton looked a little confused, as if it was still unaware of its situation. However, driven by instinct, it began to absorb the flesh and blood essence in the blood pool. At a rate visible to the naked eye, flesh and blood gradually began to grow on its bones, and after a short while, skin began to grow. At first glance, it looked like a withered old man. More skeletons stood up from the blood pool after this skeleton, at least 100 of them in total. As these skeletons continued to absorb the blood in the blood pool rapidly decreased, and within half an hour, the blood pool had completely dried up. At the bottom of the blood pool, there were still many herbs and bones left, all of which were now useless. Koluo only nodded slightly at this moment, a satisfied look on his face, but just as he was about to give some orders, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out from the night sky, "So this is how you were born." Koluo's pair of bright eyes suddenly turned to the side. All he saw was a golden light approaching from that side, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Koluo's face changed greatly as he hurriedly circulated the power in his body to try and stop this golden light, but he was still a step too late. With a loud bang, the blood pool was directly smashed into smithereens. The newly born Bone Race clansmen standing in the blood pool were unable to withstand such an attack, their bones shattering and scattering in all directions. None of them were spared. Bone Race clansmen born in this way were very fragile at first. "Who?" Koluo's expression became violent as he roared. Young Kai stood in the air, his body wrapped in a cold aura as he slowly walked over to the heads of the Bone Race clansmen, looking down at Koluo with a fearless expression. He could also feel that among the Bone Race clansmen here, this person's strength and status were the highest. If he wanted to know something, this person was the best person to ask. Numerous gazes locked onto Yang Kai as their divine senses locked onto him, all of the Bone Race clansmen wearing unfriendly expressions. One of the Bone Race clansmen in the crowd carefully looked at Yang Kai and immediately exclaimed, "It's you. Master, he's the one with the star shuttle." He quickly reported to Koluo. Hearing this, Koluo smiled happily and laughed. "No wonder your strength isn't high. It turns out you're relying on the power of your star shuttle. However, I'm afraid you've made the wrong decision. Your star shuttle is useless in front of me." As he spoke, the aura of the world energy around him suddenly stagnated, as if an invisible barrier had been placed around Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and carefully probed with his divine sense, but was unable to detect anything, so he remained vigilant. "Human, hand over your star shuttle and I will grant you the honor of becoming one of my clansmen." Koluo stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and ordered lightly. "Star shuttle." Yang Kai frowned, but immediately seemed to think of something and took out the Flying Heavens shuttle. "You mean this?" Koluo stared at the Flying Heavens shuttle. "Give it to me." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "You call it a star shuttle. Do you know what this artifact is?" A trace of contempt flashed across Koluo's eyes as the other Bone Race clansmen also burst into laughter, as if they were mocking Yang Kai's ignorance. Who hasn't seen a star shuttle before? In Star Territory, it's just a very common artifact. A Bone Race clansman shouted. Star Territory. Yang Kai raised his brow. Koluo said impatiently, Star Territory is Star Territory. Your world is so remote that you don't even know about Star Territory and star shuttles. This artifact has no other use except for traveling. What do you want it for? Yang Kai asked. Without a star shuttle, how can one travel to the star field? The vast star field can make anyone lose their way and die of old age alone. Yang Kai's expression changed. Although the other party hadn't explained it clearly, he had heard some unusual information. This star shuttle was actually specifically used to travel through the star field. No wonder its speed was so fast. Most importantly though, Yang Kai was able to spy on another piece of shocking information. Looking at Koluo with a dignified expression, Yang Kai quickly asked, Are you not from Tongxian realm? Koluo laughed. When did I say I was? Chapter 956. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a storm in his heart. According to the Bone Race's statement, they were guests from outer space who had come from the Star Territory. How inconceivable was this? In the past, some people had suspected that there might be other living beings in the vast starry sky. But because no one had ever been able to enter the star field, no one could confirm this theory. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai was certain that his predecessor's suspicions were not groundless. The Bone Race was a creature from the star field, not a native of Tongxian realm. Boy, how much did you see just now? Koluo's pair of gloomy eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai as he asked in a deep voice. I saw basically everything. Yang Kai had seen the strange blood pool and the flashing spirit array at its bottom. He had also seen the bones of the Bone Race reassemble with the help of the herbs and Bone Race's life essence, then stand up from the blood pool as if they had been reborn. Although the newly born Bone Race were very fragile and had been wiped out by him in a single blow, they all possessed the aura of a transcendent. It could be said that as long as they were given enough time, they would become transcendent realm masters, and transcendents who would be extremely difficult to kill. Koluo coldly snorted, It doesn't matter if you saw it, in any case, you're going to die today. Yang Kai grinned, When I came here just now, I heard you shouting that you wanted to unify this world. Do you think you can achieve that goal with just a few transcendents? Koluo stared at Yang Kai contemptuously, a look of disdain on his face, not in a hurry to act, instead using his divine sense to seal the space around Yang Kai so he couldn't use his star shuttle to escape, lightly saying, "Transcendent realm. The thin materials here can only allow my clan's newly born clansmen to possess the strength of a transcendent. You can also create Saint Realm Masters?" Yang Kai's face sank. Koluo laughed. "As long as we can kill enough powerful masters and obtain their flesh and blood, coupled with enough high-grade herbs, how difficult could it be for us to reach the Saint Realm?" Yang Kai's face suddenly became livid. He had underestimated the strangeness of this race. He didn't expect there to be such strange creatures. However, the price they paid for this was not small. There were many herbs and bones at the bottom of the blood pool. Presumably, the corpses of all 2,000 Water Spirit Temple disciples had been placed in this blood pool, but in the end, only 100 or so bone race cultivators had been born. "Enough idle chatter, hand over your star shuttle to me and as a reward, you can choose a comfortable way to die." Koluo's expression gradually became impatient. "I'll ask you one last question. If you can answer it, I'll give you this star shuttle." Yang Kai shouted. "You don't have the right to negotiate with me." Koluo's expression turned ruthless. "With your insignificant strength, I can take your life with a snap of my fingers. Why don't you try and see if I can destroy this star shuttle before I die?" Yang Kai didn't show any fear as he gripped his star shuttle tightly, his yuan qi flickering like a fanged snake, ready to fight to the death. Koluo's expression changed as a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Yang Kai's words had really grasped his lifeline. Star shuttles were indeed very common in the vast star territory. When they first came to Tongxian realm, their clansmen also had many star shuttles, but after thousands of years, without flesh and blood, their star shuttles had been damaged and could no longer be used. The star shuttle in Yang Kai's hands was probably the only one in all of Tongxian realm. In the future, if they wanted to leave Tongxian realm and return to Tongxian territory, they would have to rely on this star shuttle. This was why Koluo wanted Yang Kai's star shuttle so badly. Without it, they would never be able to return to where they came from. "Young man, don't be impulsive. If you have something to say, we can talk it out." Koluo's expression became gloomy as a cold light flashed across his eyes, secretly deciding that once he got his hands on this star shuttle, he would let Yang Kai taste all kinds of torture. "Then can we talk about it?" "Speak." "There is a passage to the star field in that glacial world. I ask you, where did the people who originally lived there go?" "You mean those who cultivated the ice attribute's secret art?" Koluo's eyes flashed. "Yes, tell me where they are. What relationship do you have with them?" Koluo didn't answer and instead asked. "Don't talk nonsense with me. Otherwise I'll destroy this star shuttle right now and make sure you never get it." Yang Kai snapped. Koluo's face filled with anger as if he was about to explode, but he suppressed it and coldly said, "Most of them died, the rest fled." "Fled to where?" "To the star field." "Bullshit." Yang Kai's expression became ferocious as he roared, "You think I don't know the mysteries of the star field? The pressure there is so great that unless one's strength reaches your level, it is impossible to survive in the star field. Don't try to fool me, I've been to the star field, and more than once." Koluo couldn't help staring at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to have such courage and experience. The star field was not a place ordinary people dared to enter easily. Shrugging his shoulders, Koluo laughed, "Even if you don't believe me, they really did flee to the star field because they also had star shuttles." They also had star shuttles. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly recovering. Ice Sect had fought many battles with the Bone Race before, so it was normal for them to be able to seize a star shuttle. If one used a star shuttle, it was indeed possible to travel to the star field without any fear of danger. Koluo's words could be trusted. How many of them escaped? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Didn't you say you would only ask one question? Koluo coldly snorted. I'm going back on my word. Koluo ground his teeth and glared towards Yang Kai bitterly, shouting, 6. 5 saints and 1/3 order transcendent. 6. Yang Kai muttered in a low voice, silently calculating before asking, how many of them were women? 3. The one who reached the transcendent realm was a woman. Hearing this, Yang Kai grinned. At first, his voice was low, but it soon became louder and louder, and finally, it rumbled like thunder, as if he had found something very funny. His originally nervous expression suddenly relaxed, and a look of contentment appeared on his face. He was now certain that the cultivator who had reached the transcendent realm was Su Yen. Her cultivation really wasn't behind his own. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai's tense heartstrings finally relaxed and he let out a heavy breath. If you're satisfied, give me your star shuttle. Koluo stretched out his hand again and stared at Yang Kai gloomily, a look of determination flashing across his eyes. Apparently, he had decided that if Yang Kai continued to complain, he would directly snatch his star shuttle. If I don't give it to you, what are you going to do? Yang Kai put away his smile and stared down contemptuously. You'll die. And you'll die a very ugly death. Koluo coldly warned, don't even think about using your star shuttle to escape, it's useless. The cultivator in star territory has many ways to restrain the speed of a star shuttle, it's just an artifact for traveling. I don't want to use my star shuttle. Yang Kai shook his head and waved his hand towards the void. Suddenly, there seemed to be a crack in space. A dark crack suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved to Koluo and then dove into the void crack, disappearing. Tearing the void. Koluo's complexion changed greatly as he sent out his spiritual energy towards the crack in an attempt to prevent Yang Kai from escaping. However, the spatial rift closed in an instant, causing his divine sense attack to hit nothing but air. Staring at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared, Koluo's expression fluctuated greatly. He hadn't expected that this human youth, whose strength wasn't very high, would actually know how to tear the void. Such a method was not something an ordinary person could master. The void turbulence was far more dangerous than the vast star field. The slightest carelessness could cause one to be trapped in it for the rest of one's life, unable to find a way out. Master, should we chase? The bone race masters all turned to Koluo. We don't even know where he is, what's the point of chasing after him? Koluo flew into a rage, go collect more materials. The news of my clan's return can no longer be concealed, we need to prepare early. Yes. Many bone race clansmen flew out of Water God Island and scattered in all directions. 1,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai leisurely appeared, his expression heavy. Although he had determined that Su Yen was safe, which made him feel somewhat relieved, the bone race's sudden revival made him feel quite troubled. Especially after witnessing the various magical abilities of the bone race, Yang Kai realized just how difficult it was to deal with. The bone race had several dozen saints and over 100 transcendents, such a huge force was impossible for a single great force to deal with. The most important thing was that they could collect bones and flesh, combine them with various herbs, and create new clansmen. As long as they were given enough strength, they could indeed dominate the world. This was a malignant tumor that needed to be strangled as soon as possible, otherwise, Nine Heaven's Holy Land and the friends and family from the Great Han Dynasty would sooner or later be implicated. Yang Kai faintly felt that the emergence of the bone race, as well as the various events that had occurred during this time, were all related to the words left behind by great demon god's soul clone, as well as the secret hidden in the demon capital. Summoning the flying heavens shuttle, Yang Kai sped along while contemplating. When he passed by the mountain valley where he had left Shui Yun and his daughter, Yang Kai went down to investigate and was surprised to find that the two of them were still waiting for him. Seeing Yang Kai return, Shui Ling hurriedly rushed over, a look of concern on her face. "You finally came back safely, it's been half a month." Shui Yun also showed a look of admiration on his face. "Yang Xingzhu is really bold. Did you gain anything from this trip?" "And, some," Yang Kai nodded. "Why are you still here?" "We were waiting for you," Shui Ling replied. "Then we can go now. Where do you want to go?" "I'll send you off." Yang Kai turned to Shui Yun and his daughter. Shui Yun wore a bitter expression as he helplessly said, "Water Spirit Temple has been destroyed. We don't seem to have anywhere to go." Shui Ling also wore a sad and helpless expression, secretly feeling quite sad. Water Spirit Temple was their foundation, but now it had been completely occupied by the Bone Race, and all of its 2,000 disciples had been slaughtered. Even Blue Water City had suffered a calamity. It could be said that in this world, there was no place they particularly wanted to go. Chapter 957. Yang Kai observed their expressions and understood their difficulties, hesitating for a moment before inviting them. "Would you like to return to Nine Heaven's Holy Land with me?" Shui Yun was startled and looked towards Yang Kai with some surprise. "Is that appropriate?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it, it's just that the environment there isn't suitable for you to cultivate. Of course, if Senior Shui is willing, you can first serve as a deacon in my Nine Heaven's Holy Land. If you want to revitalize Water Spirit Temple in the future, my Holy Land will fully support you." Listening to Yang Kai's words, Shui Yun's eyes overflowed with joy and gratitude. "If that's the case, I must thank Yang Xingzhu for his great kindness," Shui Yun said gratefully. "Shui Ling and I are friends. Senior Shui shouldn't be so polite." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Shui Yun was a first-order saint, so serving as a deacon in the Holy Land was not a disgrace to him. After some discussion, the three of them headed to Nine Heaven's Holy Land together. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned and immediately sent a message to High Heaven Pavilion. Half a day later, Sassafras, Su Xianwu, and Ling Tai Su arrived at the Holy Land and met with Yang Kai in the main hall. At this moment, the Holy Land's several elders and the great commanders of the ancient demon clan were all present, their expressions solemn and the atmosphere dignified. Seemingly feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off, Ling Tai Su couldn't help frowning as he looked towards Yang Kai suspiciously, wondering why he had summoned all the elders here. "Yang Kai, where's Su Yan?" Su Xianwu was concerned about his granddaughter's safety and after looking around the hall and not finding any trace of her, couldn't help asking. "Yes, brother-in-law, where did elder sister go?" Sassafras was also puzzled. Yang Kai had gone out to find Su Yan. This was something they all knew, but now that Yang Kai had returned and there was no trace of Su Yan, all of them felt a little uneasy, fearing that Su Yan had met with some kind of accident. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, sorted out his words, and said, "Su Yan is safe now, but she is no longer in Tongxian realm." Sassafras was stunned. He scratched his head and said, "What do you mean? If elder sister isn't in Tongxian realm, could she have gone to some mysterious small world?" Having been here for some time now, the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty had some understanding of this mysterious small world and knew that the place he came from was a relatively large mysterious small world. Yang Kai shook his head and pointed to the sky. She went to the star field. Inside the hall, everyone's body shook violently as the Holy Land's elders and the great commanders of the ancient demon clan all stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Star field. Ling Tai Su frowned. "Isn't it said that the star field is filled with danger?" That man called Wizard Jia once told this old master that unless one's cultivation reached the third order Saint Realm, no matter who enters the star field, they will die. And that's true, but Su Yan didn't go alone this time. She had 5 saints with her, and they all had artifacts suitable for moving around the star field. "Brother-in-law, what's going on?" Sassafras asked, completely confused. Yang Kai let out a sigh and began recounting the events of this trip. After listening to his story, everyone was dumbfounded, shocked by the bone race's magical abilities. The Holy Land's elders all showed looks of dread. "Holy Master, you mean those creatures called the bone race are just skeletons, but they can absorb the essence of their flesh and blood to create new bodies?" "Yes. And they can use a large amount of flesh and blood to create new clansmen?" "Yes. The higher the grade of the materials, the stronger the clansmen they create. That's what they admit." Everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Just from the information they had learned so far, everyone seemed to be able to envision the bone race dominating Tongxian realm in the future. This race was completely capable of nurturing itself through battle, so there was no need to worry about the number of clansmen they had. As long as they killed enough masters, they could continuously produce new clansmen, and these new clansmen would provide them with tremendous strength. Sooner or later, this world would become the bone race's. This was a catastrophe for the entire world. "This is difficult." Su Hui's expression became heavy. "We need to inform the entire human race about this. Even if we do, how many people will believe us?" Yuing's pretty face was filled with worry. The bone race was simply too mysterious. If it weren't for Yang Kai telling them this today, the Long Chalk elders would have only taken it as the ravings of a madman. Whether they believe us or not, we'll see in the future. We can only do what we can do. Today, I've summoned all of you here for this matter. Arrange for some people to go out and inform the various great forces so they can pass this message to each other. In the name of the Holy Land, tell them that if they have any doubts, they can come to the Holy Land and confront me face to face." "Yes." The several Long Chalk elders nodded. Without hesitation, they hurriedly went out to make arrangements, all of them realizing the seriousness of the problem. If this bone race wasn't killed in the cradle as soon as possible, once it grew stronger, it would become extremely difficult to deal with. At that time, even if the entire human race exerted all of its strength, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. After the Long Chalk elders left, Yang Kai turned to Li Rong and said, "You and Han Fei will come with me to the demon capital." Li Rong's tender body shook. "Master has decided to go. And there seems to be some kind of secret hidden there. I want to find out what it is." "Good." Li Rong nodded firmly. "This old master will also go with you." Outside the hall, a low voice suddenly called out. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression changed and Ling Tai Su also turned around sharply. Outside the hall, Meng Wuya strode in with a big smile on his face. "Brother Ling, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. How have you been?" "Brother Meng." Ling Tai Su's face filled with excitement as he quickly stepped forward to greet him. The two old friends had not seen each other for more than 10 years and only now did they meet again. Meng Wuya had suddenly left a few days after being brought back by Yang Kai, and soon after, the great Han dynasty's cultivator had arrived. After they had exchanged a few words, Yang Kai said, "Treasurer Meng, you came back just in time. Are you going to the demon capital?" Meng Wuya turned his eyes to Yang Kai. "I'll go with you. I also want to find out what kind of secret is hidden there." Meng Wuya's eyes flashed. "I also want to meet the demon commander. Last time, I fell for his trick and had my cultivation sealed. This time, I want to see what he can do to me." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I'm not going there to find trouble with Zhang Yuan. Meng Wuya's brow furrowed. You've met him. And Yang Kai nodded. Be careful of him, Zhang Yuan is a ruthless character. Don't be fooled by his usual kind face. If he really wants to take action against you, he won't hesitate. I know. Besides, you're coming with me. Even if Zhang Yuan wants to play some kind of trick, he won't have the guts to do so, right? Yang Kai's heart settled. Originally, Li Rong and Han Fei would have been enough, but now with Meng Wuya, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan wouldn't dare to have any devious ideas. I hope he knows what's good for him, Meng Wuya snorted. Treasurer Meng, what did you do when you went out for almost a year? Yang Kai asked. I was looking for information related to that bone race you mentioned. Meng Wuya's face suddenly became dignified. However, I only know that they are guests from outside the starry sky and that their hibernation is related to Great Demon God. I don't know anything else. Originally, I was going to go to the demon capital alone to find Zhang Yuan and ask him about this matter, but since you also want to go, that's for the best. I have a hunch that as long as we get there and unravel the secrets left behind by Great Demon God, everything will be clear. I have the same feeling. Yang Kai stared at him deeply. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile. On top of that, Yang Kai also held the key to unlocking that seal, the wordless black book, the demon mystic tome that Zhang Yuan spoke of. The secrets left behind by Great Demon God had puzzled several generations of demon commanders, so Zhang Yuan was obviously very curious about them. However, Meng Wuya actually being able to inquire about the bone race caused Yang Kai to admire him greatly. He had heard this information from the bone race, but Meng Wuya had used some unknown method to obtain it. Treasurer Meng had a wide network of contacts, so it wasn't surprising that he was able to obtain some clues. After staying in the Holy Land for 2 days and arranging everything, Yang Kai took Meng Wuya, Li Rong, and Han Fei and set off for the demon capital. Passing through the Beast Sea jungle, Yang Kai went to Thunder Tree Palace and told Thunder Dragon Great Senior about the bone race's revival, pointing out the stakes and warning him to be on guard. Thunder Dragon listened to this, and although he felt it was quite inconceivable, since it was Yang Kai who told him, he chose to trust him unconditionally. He firmly said that he would pass this news to the other 2 monster race great seniors and discuss with them how to deal with it. Yang Kai continued to rush to the demon capital without stopping to rest. Crossing the entire monster race territory, the group of 4 arrived at the demon land a few days later. Feeling the demonic chi flowing through the air, Li Rong and Han Fei both wore relaxed looks. They were the descendants of the ancient demon clan and should have been living in the demon land, but because they had followed Yang Kai, they had chosen to remain in Nine Heaven's holy land. For them, the environment of the demon land was undoubtedly more suitable for them to live and cultivate. Even though they were in the demon land, Yang Kai unscrupulously used his star shuttle to fly. Even if the masters of the demon land were aware of his star shuttle, they wouldn't be able to stop him. The entire demon land was slightly smaller than the human race's territory, but it was much larger than the monster race's territory. Meng Wuya also knew the way, so there was no need to ask anyone for directions to the demon capital. With nothing to do, Yang Kai asked Meng Wuya about the battle between him and the demon commander. How could he have known that Treasurer Meng would become angry out of humiliation and curse him constantly? From his curses, Yang Kai inferred that Treasurer Meng had been bold enough to travel to the demon capital alone to challenge the demon commander. How could he have known that the demon capital had a hidden spirit array? Zhang Yuan had used this spirit array to trap Meng Wuya and torment him for a full 3 months before Meng Wuya was struck by his profound heavenly seal. Even so, Meng Wuya was lucky enough to escape, but in the end, his cultivation fell from the Third Order Saint Realm to the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. From then on, Meng Wuya concealed his identity and began searching for a way to lift the seal. Finally, he went to the Great Han Dynasty and inadvertently found Xia Ningchang, who possessed the sacred spirit medicine body. Chapter 958. Along the way, Meng Wuya cursed angrily. It was obvious that he was still holding a grudge against Zhang Yuan for using the spirit array to deal with him. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, secretly thinking that if he had known Treasurer Meng cared so much about this matter, he wouldn't have asked so many questions. Now he was suffering so much, it was as if he had lifted a stone to smash his own foot. A few days later, the demon capital came into view. Looking from a distance, the entire demon capital looked like a wild beast crawling on the ground, exuding an ancient desolate aura. Even from a few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai could feel waves of tyrannical demonic qi coming from the other side. This was the aura of the masters of the demon race who lived in the demon capital. Although there were only 5 third-order saints in the entire demon land, there were no less than a dozen saint realm masters in the demon capital. Demon Commander Zhang Yuan spent most of his time in retreat comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, not paying much attention to the affairs of the demon land. It was rumored that he wanted to break through his current shackles and reach the heights great demon god had reached in the past. Unfortunately, even after several hundred years, his cultivation seemed to have not made any progress, remaining stagnant at his current realm. Even so, he was still the #1 master in the demon land, far more powerful than the 4 demon general. The cities of the demon race were quite different from those of the human race. Not only was this reflected in the architectural style, but the buildings here were also quite rough, giving them a wild sense of beauty. On top of that, the demon race cities had no one guarding their gates. Anyone could enter and leave freely from the city gates, unlike the human race cities where there were guards standing in front of the gates and one needed to pay crystal stones to enter. The group of 4 didn't bother concealing their faces and simply walked into the demon capital from the city gates. In an instant, countless eyes shot towards Yang Kai, sizing him up with great interest. Human. Heh, interesting, there's actually a human who dares to break into my demon capital. This little brat's courage isn't small, isn't he looking down on the demon race too much? The demon race cultivator who had been walking through the demon capital all grinned towards Yang Kai, cold murderous intent flashing across their faces. Many of them even stealthily approached Yang Kai, wanting to teach him a lesson. Meng Wuya coldly snorted, sweeping his majestic eyes around. Every demon race cultivator who was targeted by him stopped in their tracks, a chill rising from the depths of their hearts, as if they had been plunged into an ice house. Wuya with the demon race, with the demon race, with the demon race to the end of the world. Is there anyone I can talk to? Yang Kai glanced around and asked loudly. The many demon race cultivators just stared at him, none of them answering. Yang Kai suddenly turned his eyes to a certain spot in the crowd where a second-order Saint Demon race cultivator was striding over, his expression extremely cold and his demonic chi fluctuating erratically. When he saw the 3 people standing behind Yang Kai, his eyes filled with dread. The other demons didn't have eyesight and couldn't see the strength of Meng Wuya, Li Rong, Han Fei, and the others, but this demon was different. These 3 people, no matter who they were, gave him a great deal of pressure, so naturally, he knew they weren't nobodies. However, these 3 top masters were actually following behind a single human youth. Just who was this human youth? Who is your excellency? What business do you have with my demon capital? The demon stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and stopped, not daring to approach any closer, shouting from a distance. Yang Kai said again, reaching out and grabbing the long black nail that had nailed the demon's right hand, pulling it out with all his might, causing black blood to spurt out. Repeating the same process, Yang Kai removed the remaining 3 nails. During this time, because of the severe pain, the demon constantly trembled, but his backbone seemed to be extremely firm, not uttering a single sound from beginning to end. Li Rong and Han Fei watched with discomfort. Yang Kai put down the half-dead demon cultivator and gave him some myriad drug milk to help him recover, then hurriedly checked the condition of his body. Chapter 959. Zhang Yuan didn't seem to want to take this demon race man's life, nor did he want to injure him. He was simply torturing him, making him suffer unbearable physical pain in order to force him to submit and serve him. Therefore, although this demon race man's injuries seemed serious, they were actually not serious. It was just that after being trapped here for a few months, he had become too weak. After taking the myriad drug milk, with his physique, he would be able to recover in a dozen or so days. Yang Kai took a deep breath and relaxed his expression. Yang Xingzhu. A figure suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. It was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan. Staring at Yang Kai with a bitter expression, he let out a hollow laugh and said, "You came to Demon Palace and immediately attacked my people. I'm afraid that's not very good. Have you ever asked for my opinion? Your people?" Yang Kai straightened up and glared at him, sneering, "He's one of my people." Zhang Yuan frowned and looked at Yang Kai in confusion. "Yang Xingzhu, what do you mean? This senior doesn't quite understand. Has Yang Xingzhu mistaken me for someone else? His body is that of a former demon general, but the soul inside it belongs to a friend of mine." Yang Kai interrupted him without waiting for him to finish, not giving the demon commander any face. Zhang Yuan's expression changed as he said in surprise, "Yang Xingzhu knew about this. I'll settle this account with you later." Yang Kai grit his teeth and bent down to pick up the demon race man on the ground, glancing sideways at Zhang Yuan as he said, "Arrange a place for me to heal him." Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly and nodded quickly. He could also see that Yang Kai wasn't just spouting nonsense. The soul hidden inside the former demon general's body really was related to him. And their relationship wasn't shallow. With a belly full of complaints, Zhang Yuan still cooperated and arranged a room for Yang Kai. Inside the room, the demon man was lying on a bed as Li Rong and Han Fei continued to pour their yuan qi to become the demon race into his body to help him recover. After watching for a while, Zhang Yuan felt bored and casually found an excuse to leave. Walking out of the demon palace, the second-order saint who had led Yang Kai and the others here was still waiting outside. Seeing Zhang Yuan, this saint quickly saluted respectfully. "Send a letter to Go Qiong and the others, tell them to come to the demon capital as soon as possible. I want to see them within 10 days. Zhang Yuan quickly ordered. "Yes." The devil cultivator accepted the order and immediately left. After he left, Zhang Yuan glanced back at the majestic demon palace, his eyes shining with excitement, his face twitching slightly. Yang Kai had come with the demon mystic tome. This meant that the problem that had troubled him for hundreds of years would be solved. This was his greatest wish since becoming the demon commander, so how could he not be excited at this critical moment? There's no major problem, he should be able to wake up in about half a day. Li Rong and Han Fei both took back their hands and no longer poured their yuan qi to become the demon race into the demon man's body, nodding gently to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, staring at the demon man in front of him with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected that this demon man, who he thought was the least of his worries, would end up in such a state today. "Master, this person." Li Rong looked at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing why he took this demon man so seriously. Yang Kai smiled. He's called the Old Demon. I just heard that this body belonged to a demon general back in the day. And the Old Demon was only a remnant of his soul, but by chance, he obtained an undamaged demon general's body and used his soul to occupy it, Yang Kai immediately explained. Li Rong nodded repeatedly, only now understanding the relationship between Yang Kai and the Old Demon. When Yang Kai was still very weak, the Old Demon had always been by his side and helped him a lot. Although at the beginning neither of them trusted the other and there was murderous intent between them, as time passed and the two sides cooperated sincerely, they became more and more honest with each other. In the end, even after the Old Demon regained his freedom, he did not leave Yang Kai. He was grateful to Yang Kai for giving him a second life, and Yang Kai was also very grateful for the help he had provided. As they were talking, the Old Demon suddenly opened his eyes and called out with difficulty, "Young master, Old Meng." Yang Kai was startled and quickly turned to him, asking with concern, "How do you feel?" "Not good." The Old Demon spat disdainfully, his face filled with resentment. Meng Wuxia laughed, "Old Demon, how did you end up like this? If Yang Kai and this old master hadn't happened to come here today, I'm afraid you would still have to suffer that physical pain. And, when this old master cultivates to the Third Order Saint Realm, I'll wring Zhang Yuan's head off and use it as a urinal, otherwise I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart." The Old Demon cursed as he gasped for breath. "If you have such ability, just come, this senior will be waiting." Zhang Yuan walked in with a smile, a look of indifference on his face. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. Zhang Yuan leisurely said, "Yang Xingzhu, please don't take offense, this senior didn't know he was one of your people. And this senior will apologize to this brother here." Saying so, he continued, "In fact, this senior didn't have any malicious intent, I just wanted him to submit to me, but I didn't expect him to have such a strong backbone. If he had told me earlier that he was one of Yang Xingzhu's people, how could I have treated him like this? You also saw that although he suffered some physical pain, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. This senior also cherishes talent." The Old Demon grinned strangely. "Today, I'm not as good as you, so you can do whatever you want, but when my strength surpasses yours, I'll definitely show you how fierce I am." Zhang Yuan raised his brow. "Brother, you should think about how to perfectly integrate your soul with this body. In your current situation, in less than 20 years, your body will definitely be damaged. At that time, you'll have to find a new body and cultivate again. When will you be able to twist off this senior's head?" Hearing what he said, the Old Demon's face went black. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Zhang Yuan said wasn't wrong. When he obtained this demon general's body, he had told Yang Kai that there wouldn't be any problems for the next 30 years, but if he couldn't perfectly integrate his soul with his body during this time, he would have to seize another body. Now, more than 10 years had passed, and the demon commander's vision was sharp enough to see the Old Demon's future worries. "Yang Xingzhu, although this senior has made some mistakes, this brother's body is the body of a demon general of my demon race. It stands to reason that this senior, as the master of the demon race, should take back this body. It is for this reason that this senior wants him to surrender, but since he is one of Yang Xingzhu's people, how about we call it quits? This body will be given to Yang Xingzhu and Yang Xingzhu will no longer bother with me for torturing him." Zhang Yuan said sincerely. Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at the Old Demon. "It's up to you. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll help you tear this demon capital apart." As soon as this statement came out, Zhang Yuan's face changed greatly. "Yang Xingzhu, don't joke around." Yang Kai turned his head and stared at him coldly. "Do I look like I'm joking around?" Meng Wuxia, Li Rong, and Han Fei all looked at him with hostility. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a great pressure. Although he was strong, had a profound cultivation, and had earth-shattering means, Meng Wuya and Li Rong were already difficult for him to deal with. If the two of them attacked together, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. If they really fought, the demon capital might really be torn apart. In an instant, Zhang Yuan's face became heavy as he stared at the old demon slightly nervously, fearing that he would agree. Many thanks for young master's good intentions, but for today's humiliation, this old master will repay it himself. There is no need for young master to intervene. The old demon grinned. Zhang Yuan's expression suddenly relaxed. Yang Kai nodded and no longer said anything. This senior will send someone to deliver some supplements, Zhang Yuan said before quickly leaving. As a demon commander, how many years had it been since he had been threatened by others? When had he ever been so vexed? If it weren't for the fact that he needed to use the demon mystic tome in Yang Kai's hands to unlock the secrets left behind by great demon god, he wouldn't have swallowed such humiliation. A demon commander naturally had his own pride. A short time later, a maid from the demon palace delivered some rare precious treasures to help the old demon restore his vitality. The old demon was extremely satisfied and talked with Yang Kai and the others about his experiences over the past 10 years. After coming to Tongxian realm with Meng Wuya and the others, the old demon separated from the three of them. He had occupied the body of the demon general and it was too dangerous for him to act in the human race's territory, so he had come to the demon land alone. Over the next 10 years, he had hidden his identity and cultivated diligently to improve his strength. After all, he had the foundation of a top-level master and the body he had occupied was the body of a top-level master. Everything was ready, all he needed to do was accumulate world energy into his body and when the time came, his strength would naturally improve. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. After more than 10 years, his strength had been restored step by step to the peak of the First Order Saint realm. But no matter how careful he was still discovered. Someone recognized him as the missing demon general and reported this matter to the demon commander. The demon commander personally took action and brought him back to the demon palace, ordering him to swear allegiance to him. The old demon refused and was nailed to the stone pillar by the demon commander. A few months later, Yang Kai came here. After listening to his story, Yang Kai and Meng Wuya looked at each other, both feeling a little surprised. Neither of them had expected the old demon to be so principled. Young master, how is your situation? How did you find this place? The old demon began to ask about Yang Kai's experiences. Yang Kai explained. Compared with the old demon's experience, Yang Kai's experience was much more spectacular. Many of the things he had experienced were things that even Li Rong and the others were hearing for the first time, so they couldn't help but listen with great interest. Learning that Ling Tai Su had also come to Tongxian realm, the old demon couldn't help showing a joyful expression. After learning that the world had undergone great changes and that the bone race had revived, the old demon's expression suddenly became very strange and he quickly asked, "Young master, is the bone race you speak of a race that can absorb the flesh and blood essence of the dead to shape their own bodies?" "Yes." Yang Kai's body shook as he stared at the old demon in surprise. "You've seen them before." The old demon shook his head. "But I have an impression that I have dealt with this race before." You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.